Hey guys, what's going on? Jack Parrotta here. Now I'm not going to talk too long because as you can see we've got quite a long video ahead. Now I just want to let you know that a couple of years ago or even a year ago people were paying about $150, $100 to get into this course, right? And I'm happy now that I'm able to offer it completely free. There's no upsells, there's nothing involved with paying with this course. I just want to give it to you guys for free, and I thought the best thing to do would be to post it on YouTube. So one thing to note, you might realize that this course, there might be a couple of little bits and pieces that might be a little bit outdated in terms of what apps to use for Shopify. But the only other thing that it doesn't have in it is stuff to do with TikTok ads, because when this was filmed, TikTok ads weren't really a thing, especially here in Australia. But majority of this course is still all going to be relevant and you can get results with it. I really hope you enjoy this entire free course, and if you could do anything for me, if this has given you any value at all by the end of this course, just give the video a like, share it around, and sub to the channel. That would mean the most to me. Apart from that, I hope you guys really enjoy this. I hope you get a lot of value out of it. And if you start getting results after you view this course, just post them on your social media, tag me in it, whatever you want to do. And hope you enjoy. It's finally here. I know a lot of you guys have been asking for it and waiting for it. I'm going to explain a little bit about e-com excellence dropshipping and about what dropshipping is in general. So what I'm going to be teaching you in this course is basically how to do everything in terms of Shopify dropshipping. This is everything from product research, this is everything from building your store, finding suppliers, getting your website done up, getting your ads done up, how to scale your ads, how to get everything in order, how to make sure to keep your ad sets profitable, how to make sure to stay on top of things, even to the point on how to scale, from the hundreds to the thousands of orders, and then getting it even automated with virtual assistants and whatnot. So there's a lot to go through in this course. There's a lot that you will learn, but it's so exciting. This dropshipping stuff has been a really big eye-opener to me in terms of e-commerce and just in terms of what's to come with e-commerce in general. So with this course now, I'll tell you guys in the next videos what my experience has been with dropshipping, where I've sold my products, and I'll show you guys in the course what products have worked for me. I show you guys everything transparently, what the products are, what ad sets work for me, basically how much I've spent on ads, how much I've got in return on ads, what the ads actually look like. I show you guys how to create those ads, very, very similar ads, and the methods on scaling your ads as well, and scaling your product up and your store up in revenue. So you're going to be learning a lot in this. And before I get into it, I guess if you guys aren't sure on what dropshipping is, all dropshipping is that you're basically selling a product to someone on your store, and you don't buy the product until they purchase it off your store. So let's just say your product you're selling it at $60. But you only buy it for $20. So someone pays you the $60. You have already found your supplier by this point, obviously. So someone pays you $60. You go ahead to your supplier and say, okay, sweet, you buy for $20. Now, what's going to happen is you make your order through your supplier. Your customer has given you their details of where to ship it to. They've given you all their contact information and whatnot. You go to your supplier and say, okay, sweet, you buy it off them, and you say, I want it sent here. You never touch or see the product unless you want to, unless you want to try it yourself, or unless you want to have one yourself. Majority of the time, you don't hold any inventory at all. That's why it's different to Amazon FBA, where you're holding an inventory. You're just going straight from your supplier directly to your customer, and it is a very good way to have a business where you don't hold any inventory. There's a lot of learning curves to it as well, but with the e-com excellence dropshipping course, what I aim to do is just to simplify it down to you guys, give you guys a hard truth about it as well. I'm not one of those guys who are just going to go and say, yeah, it's really easy, and you're just going to make a whole ton of money, and there's going to be no problems whatsoever. More than likely, you're going to run into stuff that's unforeseen and stuff that you really can't teach about. It's stuff that you really need to experience yourself. But don't be scared about, having it not all work out perfectly, because anything that's worth doing in terms of business, it's never going to work out perfectly. But I've got the step-by-step layout here, and you can take it step by step, and it's just here to make it easier for you guys. And I'm also here if you guys need help as well, and that's why we've got the Facebook group here as well, which I've curated, just the student group, that you guys can go down and post about, or you can ask me questions, whatever it may be. But that's what Ecom Excellence is all about. That's what this dropshipping course is going to be about. I will always, my biggest thing with this is going to be the support. You can teach someone as much as you like, but if you don't have the support system there, it's really not worth it. So I've done the same with my FBA course. You guys will probably know that I have an FBA course by now, selling on Amazon. But with this dropshipping stuff, it's going to be the exact same thing, and I'm definitely going to make support the biggest thing with this. So if you have any questions, let me know. All the links to everything that you pretty much need are going to be down below. I'll have my personal Facebook down there. I'll have my the Facebook group that you can join. So make sure to join that, the student group, if you're enrolled, if you haven't already. But apart from that, guys, I'm going to make this as helpful as I can, and I really want you guys to enjoy this journey of dropshipping, learning how to dropship and building your own online business. So I'm going to give you guys a quick, brief history of what my history is with dropshipping. So when I first started, I think it was I very, very first started learning about it, getting right into it in October of 2018, I think it was. And it took me a while. I was not sure about it. I had seen a lot of people, get good results from it. And I just thought, okay, I'm just going to start learning. I got into a course or two, and because I'm a big advocate for courses myself, because that's a good way for me to learn, and that's why I got into it as well, because if it was a good way for me to learn, I can refine my own methods and teach people like I'm teaching you right now here. So I always was a big advocate for it, but I also learned a lot of just researching myself and also doing it. Now, I have tested many products. I had got a few sales here and there. It was about a year, maybe a year and a half before I actually had my first hit product. And that was due to, okay, I'd test a product here, I'd wait a little bit. I'd test another product, I'd wait a little bit. I'd sort of do it and then get scared, do it and then get scared kind of thing. If I just knocked it out, I probably would have cut my whole learning curve in like 6 months or more. But it got to the point where I had my first successful product, which was the teeth cleaner. And that was basically in the dental niche, and got to the point where I would scale that up to about $1,500 a week in profit. So I sold that for a few months, and I think I ended up getting, in like 2 to maybe 3 months, ended up getting revenue of around $23,000. And that was just selling in Australia. The other thing I wanted to aim for was I was actually trying to sell in multiple countries. Like I was trying to sell in the Big Five. I was trying to sell in the US. I was trying to sell a little bit in Australia, but then I thought, hey, what if I just try targeting just to Australians? What if that works? Because I'm going through this whole niche of just selling in Australia and teaching people how to do that. Why don't I just apply my own method and just try and sell in Australia? So I did that. The way I found my product was I actually needed the product myself. It came up on my news feed. I talk a little bit more about that in the product research video, but it came up on my feed, and I thought, look, I want to use this product. So I ordered it, and then I thought, well, maybe I could sell this, and maybe I could just sell it to just Aussies and see how that works. Sure enough, I created my ad set and I started scaling it up. Now, my store is at the point where it's on track to do about 6 figures a year, or a little bit over 6 figures a year. So, and that's in revenue, and that's not profit, by the way. But this is this is an Aussie-only store, and this is a store that I'm going to show you in this course. And I show you the 2 products that have worked really well for me. Now, my second product that I started selling during COVID is it's a resistance band set. It's a fitness band set, which I'll show you. I'm showing you in the course as well. So I ended up scaling that, and it's gotten to the point where I'm scaling it even more so now. Even more so than my teeth cleaner product. I'm getting to the point where I'm doing about 6K in revenue a week, and the revenue for my very first month on that, because it's only been a little over a month since I've started selling this product, I got a little bit over 13K in revenue. So yeah, overall it's definitely on track to be 6 figures, 6-figure business, which I think is amazing, and that's why I think this dropshipping model can work for a lot of people. And it does take time. Like I said, I haven't had any results like this, hadn't had any for like the first year and a half. I'd lost money, so many products. These products were like coming up to like my 9th and 10th or anywhere from like 10 to 12 products that I tested before I had any decent, sort of knowledge and any decent sort of results on it. But that's just how I learn. There's some people there that launched two, maybe three products, and they had their hit product and it just clicked for them. That's how long it took me. It doesn't necessarily have to take you that long, but that's my brief history now. And it's just getting to the point where I'm trying to scale it now. I'm still only selling in Australia, but I am launching other stores now, and I want to try and sell in the US, in different countries, get a feel for it, expand my knowledge, and just expand my repertoire of dropshipping. So that's my brief history now of what my dropshipping has been like, my dropshipping experience so far. I've lost a lot of money on ads, but yeah, it's been great. It's been a great ride so far. And from experience, you really need to have the mindset of, okay, you are, I'm most likely going to learn a lot. I'm not going to be making money up front. I might lose some money on ads, and there's going to be a big learning curve to it. If you have that mindset, but you keep pushing forward with it, like I said, there were times where I got scared and I sort of backed away and then came back to it. At the end of the day, I ended up doing it again, and I'll keep doing it again. There's been points where my profitable products have lost money at the start. It usually happens that way. It doesn't just become profitable and stay profitable all the time. Sometimes it does when you refine your methods. I'm getting better and better at that. But yeah, it's not always just profit. There's times where you need to sit back, reevaluate. Okay, do I need a new supplier? Okay, do I need to create new ad sets? Do I need new ad creatives? Like, it doesn't work so easily where it's just profit. There's a lot of learning curves to it. That's my brief history anyway. So now, like I said, I'm on track to making it a six-figure business, and been able to do some good revenue so far in these few months with these couple of products. And the method that I'll be basically teaching you, and which I've spoke about a little bit in the earlier videos, was the one product dropshipping store, and then you could turn that into sort of maybe like a little niche store. But that's what I've been doing. I've been selling pretty much one product, maybe two products on my store at a time. It just helps to funnel through with your ads and whatnot. But that's my brief history anyway, and I hope you guys can learn a lot from this, and hope you guys, I want to see your results. So once you finish the course, I want you guys to launch your own store, selling whatever countries you want to sell in. I want to see your progress, and I want to see your results. So just a really brief comment on what you need to expect, the mindset that you need to have when you're coming in to doing this dropshipping stuff. Now, a lot of people attract to the idea of dropshipping because, okay, sweet, I can set up a store in a day, I can have my ads up in a day, I can start launching, I can start making money. Especially when you're a beginner, it doesn't necessarily happen like that. You need to be prepared to have a lot of learning curves. You need to be prepared to lose some money, especially on ads. You need to be prepared to, okay, cool, when you're first starting, you might find a product that you think might work really well. You try and launch your ads, something might happen. The sales don't go as expected, or something happens with orders, or you just need to be in that mindset of, it's just like any business, because anything that you think is just going to make you money overnight doesn't necessarily, it's not going to work. People who have built reputable dropshipping businesses, ones that last a long time, it takes time to build. You need to learn the processes of ads. You need to learn the processes of how to get good suppliers, how to improve on your suppliers. You need to make sure that you've got a good amount of cash flow. You need to make sure that your profits positive, so you can keep running ads and you don't start losing money on it. It's a whole lot of stuff to learn, which that will be all taught throughout the course, which you'll learn about. But it's not just about learning; it's about actually going out and doing it yourself, and that's where you're going to get the majority of this experience. There's only so much you can do with learning, even from a course, even from a step-by-step course like this. You can learn as much as you want, but the way that you're going to really get the feel for it is by doing it yourself. But in order to be able to do that, you need to be in the mindset of, okay, I'm not going to be making straight up money up front. Most likely you won't be making straight up money up front in your first day, or maybe even your first week or so. But you can scale this, you can learn about it. It does take time, especially when you're a beginner, but as long as you're in the mindset of, okay, if something happens, I'm not going to back away from this, I'm going to learn from it, reevaluate, Maybe you need to launch a new product. Maybe you built a site around a product, but you need to change it. Maybe you might even need to change your site. It's going to take time. The amount of times I've changed my site and my products and my suppliers already, I couldn't even tell you. But once you're in that mindset of, okay, you just try it again. If it doesn't work, don't have an emotional attachment to it. Try a different product, try different ads, try it again. You're going to find a product that hits. Like I'm going to talk about, in my other video here, I got to the point where I was like anywhere from like 9 to 12 products before I had my really, really good product. So it takes time. You will lose a bit of money at the start, most likely. Doesn't happen to everyone, but most likely it's what's going to happen for beginners. But if you have the right mindset and just keep pushing forward, you will become successful at this without a doubt. One of the first things you're probably thinking before you get into dropshipping is how much am I going to want to spend, or how much am I looking at spending? Good news is it really doesn't cost that much to start up. Your Shopify trial starts free, at least for the first 14 to 30 days. The only money you really need to outlay is for your advertising at the start. It's pretty much the only upfront cost. The rest of it will go towards stuff like, it won't even go towards your product costs necessarily, because if you're profitable, your sales will make up that cost anyway. So the rest of it will just go towards any apps that you use, and it will bill, every 30 days. So for your advertisement, I would recommend on the very, very lowest side, $100 to $150. A good sort of amount I would probably suggest you get started with, especially for your ads, is to put aside maybe $200 to $300 just in case, because we'll be talking about running your first, launching your ads and having an ad strategy, and running, your ads for the first few days, and that will include, at least trying to aim to spend, at least around $200. So I would put that away at the start. It's really the only outlying cost that you'll need at the start, sort of like the upfront cost. But that's pretty much it. The rest of it comes down to learning, comes down to scaling, and for a complete beginner, that's what I would recommend as a budget to start up with. I'm going to talk a little bit about this one product store ideology, how I found out about it, why I think it's good, and I'm going to tie this into thinking about your brand name for your store, and sort of figuring that out, what to name your store name, do a URL, all that kind of stuff. So I first found out, now this isn't my idea, just to let you guys know, the one product stores have been around for ages. The first time I ever heard about it was from Scott Hilsey. He lives in the US, and he was sort of the one that brought it to light for me. Apparently it had been around before then anyway, but usually what people used to do was build just general stores and just sell a whole bunch of products, like put out 20 to 30 products on their store. What Scott Hilsey would talk about was, okay, why don't we just launch one store around one product? And it was just, funnel all your Facebook ads to one product, just try and grow that single product, and then you can grow outwards from there. So I kind of like the idea of that, and that's why I went and did it for Australia, and just to see if I could do this one product store stuff on an Aussie site. So the most amount of products I've ever sold on my one store was like 2 at a time, but majority of the time I just focused on one product. So now that brings me to, and that's what I'll be teaching here as well in the course, is how to just basically upload your single product, target your ads for a single product, and try and scale your single product, and get more orders for it, bring up your revenue, drive up your profits, stuff like that. So that ties into creating your brand name or your store name. It really depends on what route you want to go. So let's just say in this course I talk about having a fitness product or having a dental product. If you want to sell either a dental product, say, let's just say you want to sell a dental product, you might be able to brand your store around it. It could be like Aussie Dental or something, something like that. You got to make sure that obviously the store name isn't branded, isn't copyrighted or anything like that. But you could do it around dental products. Now, you will see my store name later on in the course. Mine is just more so a general. It's kind of around tech products. I'll show you the store and the name of it and whatnot in the actual website. And it's just more of a general store. Now, even though it's a tech store, I haven't just sold, like a tech kind of product, like a dental product. I also have a fitness product on it now as well, and it's still named under a kind of techie kind of store. So I guess mine you could call like a general branded kind of store. What I would suggest as well is, if you can later on, try and niche it down. If you have a certain category that you want, niche it down to a certain, change your brand name to, if it was fitness products, change it to a fitness styled niched brand kind of thing. You can start off doing what I did, but later on down the line, you kind of want to niche it down and be known as that store that sells that kind of product, especially if you're selling to just Australia or just the US or just Canada, whichever way you want to go. So I definitely recommend the one product strategy, and that's what we'll be talking about majority of this course. You can try and launch different products, but I would definitely suggest when first starting, just focusing on one and do what I've been doing is focus on launching one, grow that, and then slowly expand out and launch more and more products on that site. And then you could have a general niche store. You could have, okay, I just want to have a dental product store. I just want to have a fitness store. I just want to have a baby niche store. I want to have a pool toy store, whatever it may be. I want to have a furniture store, anything like that. Start off with one product strategy, and then you will be able to figure out, once you find your product, once you find your niche, you can actually figure out your brand name, where you want to go from there, if you want to sell one product or if you want to go to the general niche route. Okay, now I get asked this question a lot, and that's, should I apply for an ABN? The quick answer is yes. Yes, you should. It's just going to make things a lot easier for tax down the line. And because you are going to be operating a business, essentially you will need an ABN, and it's going to help with stuff like if you want to become an afterpay merchant, keep everything clean, make sure you're on top of your tax. Basically, it's so much easier to operate under an ABN. So at the end of the day, yes, it is required. When you very, very first start, I'm talking like just launch a store, you're only looking at products. You don't have to do it then. But I've had an ABN for years now, so I was able to use that. But just apply for an ABN as soon as you can. It's free to do, and the process is very, very simple, and you just apply under a sole trader. Again, I can only talk by experience, like from experience, so go ahead and seek help from a professional. They can tell you what to do. You don't necessarily have to form a company, not unless you're doing big numbers on your store. Then you can form into a company down the line. But for now, to keep things nice and simple, with your income from this and operating, under business as a sole trader, just apply for an ABN. But definitely seek help if you are struggling with this and you're not sure which way to go. So just a little explanation on tax. So it's going to be different for everyone. Now, if you're someone like me and you are doing it as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, it basically comes through as income tax, unless you're earning a certain amount. Now, I'm only doing this by experience, so I can only explain so much. So definitely seek advice from a professional, a tax professional. Now, if you are working and you're doing this on the side, it will factor in a little bit differently. So you will have the income tax from your job, but then there'll be another part which will sort of factor into your income tax. Again, I can only talk about this from experience. The biggest bit of advice I can give you is just keep all your receipts together, keep all your payments, basically your income and your expenses, get all that together and keep it organized from Shopify. And then when it comes to tax time, give it all to an accountant. Just keep it all organized and give it to an accountant, and they can factor that in for you, because there's only so much that I can teach you. I'm not a trained professional in this field. Definitely have a look, talk to an accountant, talk to a tax professional, but it's going to be different for everyone. But this pretty much comes into play with applying for an ABN as well, which will be a separate video on for an ABN. So go and watch that. I explain a little bit about an ABN. But yeah, the main thing to note with tax is that if you want to keep everything, just spick and span, you want to keep all your books clean, just keep everything together in folders. Pretty much anything that goes into your bank account, anything that goes out of your bank account, and then give it all to a tax professional, a tax agent when the time comes. Another quick thing on tax and GST. Now, in your Shopify account, what you can do is you can charge sales tax. You go into your account settings, your tax settings on your store, in your store settings, and you can charge them the 10% tax if you want. Now, what I do is I just increase my price, have the tax included. So, and basically it's like I'm collecting tax, but it doesn't add on top of the cost of the product. So instead of having a $50 product with then 10% tax, having it go up to $60, I just keep it at $60. I do the sell price of $60 and I factor that in later on. Like I said, I'm going to be completely transparent here. So I'm going to show you guys some of the products that I've attempted to sell, that I might have sold a few units on, and then other products that have been my winner products, the ones that I've actually been able to scale quite largely in Australia. Now, if you guys didn't know, majority of the time that I've had this store, I probably would have mentioned it earlier, but majority of the time that I've had this store, I've only sold in Australia. So you guys might know the first one, and these are all the products that I've tried to sell. So I've tried to sell dental products before. The water jet flosser did okay. This ultrasonic smart toothbrush didn't do too bad. The biggest seller was the ultrasonic teeth cleaner. Now, this one here, if I bring myself back up here, I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't happen again. There we go. So it won't say it now. It won't show me the sales because I haven't sold any basically in the last 90 days. But that's the one that I did just over 16K in revenue on, this product here, which I'll show you. It's just the dental cleaner, and I'll most likely will be showing you guys the ads for this one as well as my more recent product, which I'll show you guys in a second. So this one here, I think I did a little over 20K in revenue. I think it was about 23K just over in revenue for that. And yeah, I've just sold these two colors. This was a teeth cleaner. Now, what made this product, I'd say, really pop was the fact that it was something that could clean your teeth. I'll show you guys the product page here of what it looks like. So this product isn't available anymore. Selling it for $54.97. Now, I just have a little bit about the product, guaranteed safe checkout. Got a few photos here. You know, the different colors you can choose, aqua or pink. Very, very basic stuff. This was just, I would just funnel people through on my website to this page. And I've got the add to cart, and I'll be going through all my apps as well for what I use. But I just got a little bit about it, you know, what it can do. And it was basically just a teeth cleaner, which would just scrape away the plaque. It vibrated. It was like an ultrasonic one. It vibrated, and it's meant to clean the plaque off your teeth. And if you guys didn't know, the reason I stopped selling this was because I knew deep down when I was selling more and more, I thought, okay, look, I can sell a better product than this in the sense that I can sell a product that's better quality. Even though it was a decent product, you know, it wasn't the worst one that I could have sold. I knew that I would feel better about it if I was scaling another product that actually, you know, was going to be a higher, decent quality and something that I just felt better about selling about. And that's why I slowly started descaling the store and you know, went on to other product, which I'll show you in a second, which is the current one that I'm selling. But yeah, all I did here was, you know, talk a little bit about it. I'll go through my product page in another video in the course here and just go more in depth of what I've put in here. But it's very, very basic stuff. I've just got, you know, a bit about the product, what's included, shipping time, 12 to 20 days. I just got a little disclaimer here about being careful about using it. And then I've just got the reviews as well down here. And that is basically it. That is all I've done for that. And people just go through and buy it as well. I've got Afterpay set up on this store as well. I'll talk to you guys about becoming an Afterpay merchant as well, because I think that's another important step. But that was basically it. Now, the other product that I'm currently selling, the fitness product, which you guys might have seen, was this guy here. So sales in the last 90 days was just over 13K revenue. Now, just so you guys know, it's only been just over a month that I started selling this. So the last 90 days is more so the last like 30 days, maybe the last 35 days that I've gotten these sales in. And I'm still scaling this store. I am trying to get better shipping on this because, you know, I've been talking about, you know, while I've been doing the store and this product, I've been talking about dealing with all the COVID stuff and how I've been getting around that. I'll talk more about that on YouTube. A little bit in the course here, you know, getting around, you know, shipping times, you know, the long processing and shipping times and what we can do with that. But look, this COVID stuff isn't going to be around forever, and you know, it'd probably be to a point where, you know, you're watching this and the COVID stuff is already over. So we can't focus too much on that. I'm going to be talking about, you know, the basics of what it would be like if the COVID stuff wasn't around, and, you know, how we can go about shipping, because the majority of the time we don't have pandemics like this, and the shipping and, you know, having to change suppliers and whatnot all the time, or making sure that your suppliers will be able to get your orders out and whatnot. Usually they're all good with that, just because of this pandemic stuff that you would have seen me talking about on YouTube. How I've been changing suppliers, making sure that the orders are, you know, up to date and the shipping's getting out on time. That's just because of the COVID stuff. Usually that stuff doesn't happen. But this was the other product that I had, or that I'm currently selling. as well. And like I said, I'm completely transparent with you guys on this. The price isn't actually $32.40. I think because I've changed that, I'll go to the other one. I had to remake this here a day or so ago. So this is what it actually looks like right now. So $69.97, and it's just a an 11-piece resistance band set. So I'm selling it for about $70. I started off actually selling this at about $45, I think it was, or $40. I think it was $45. I wish I was selling it for more than this, because it costs me about, I think, around $40, just under $40 to buy. So there's not too much room for profit there, which is another reason why I want to try and change my supplier again. But we'll see how we go. But all I'm doing in this video is showing you guys what is involved in this, what my winning products are. Now, between this and the teeth cleaner, the reason why these products are winner products, in my opinion, is because I'm following, and you'll see it on the Ultimate Product Checklist video, I'm just following this. It's hard to get in store. It is attractive, to the eyes of the customer. Now this one here, this is why I'd say it's doing well during COVID, because it can help with home workouts. And you can't really get this stuff in store. Even online, this stuff's getting hard to buy online, because a lot of places are sold out. In saying that, it's getting hard to source these for suppliers as well, because these stuff are basically, it's getting to the point where it's even hard to get from China now. That's how many of these are selling, and I think that's why there's been some delays with the processing of my orders as well, because they're trying to catch up with the manufacturing of it. That's how popular these are. It's not just me selling it. You'll see there's a lot of ads. You might have already seen ads for this. There's a lot of ads out there for this product. But that's what I've been selling. I'm not going to be selling this forever, definitely not. More so just during this COVID stuff, and then I'll move on. I've noticed that you can go two ways about dropshipping. There's and it's the same with Amazon. With stuff that I teach in Amazon, you can go for a product that sells all year round, or you can jump on trends as they come along. This one I would say is more of a COVID trend product, but I'm more than happy to do this during the trend and then move on to a different product. And this isn't my only store either. I'm setting up different stores now. I'm going to have a look at selling in the US and do another Aussie store as well. So I'm okay with being upfront and showing you guys, this product here, and showing you guys, what I've done in this, because, I want you guys to be able to replicate it. And that's why I'm being so transparent with this. So again, I've just talked about the product. Again, I'll go in depth with all this stuff and putting in gifts and whatnot. Just talk about it, talk about how you can use it, talk about why it's good. And then again, same layout, you just add in there what's included. You got fast and free Aussie shipping, because again, I'm only selling to Australia or in Australia. And then it's got the reviews here as well. So that's basically it for my, I guess like I said, I had other products here. Those two were my, I guess, winner products. They're the ones that will be able to scale. Currently, this fitness product here. And look, you can go ahead and try and sell this product. There are people that there's a lot of people that are already selling it. Maybe you can try and sell it in the US or in the UK or something like that. You can't even try in Australia, but again, just a heads up with this product, it is getting harder and harder to source. So that's just a heads up on that one. But look, if you can't think of any ideas, maybe try and sell this one. I wouldn't probably directly copy what I've done there. I'll probably put your own spin on it. Maybe even try and get a different version of it, because it'll work out better for you in the long run. But this product here, I was able to scale even higher now than what I had with the teeth cleaner product. I'm at the point where I'm about 6K in revenue a week, which isn't too bad. And we're just going to keep trying to scale this one, like I've been saying in my YouTube as well. Yeah, the numbers on that aren't too bad. Now these products here, so these ones here, apart from the air conditioner here, the portable aircon, I never ended up doing anything with that. But these ones here, like the ultrasonic smart toothbrush, the water jet flosser, repairing coating agent. Look, you can look up these products on AliExpress yourself. But even this one here, like I had a few sales. I was still able to, it's not like I got no sales with these products, just that I couldn't really scale it. And That could have been from the way my page was set up. That could have been from the product itself. Could have been from my ads. Could have been from anything. So that's why, I should be deleting these products, but that's why I always keep them up there just to see, what didn't work. And then I like to look back and think, okay, this didn't work, but this one did. And I like to compare them as well. But so far, the two that have worked really well for me, the ultrasonic teeth cleaner. Again, you can try sell this product, but just be careful. I would prefer you guys to sell something better quality, because there are better quality things out there. You can sell in the dental niche if you like, but these all these products, I changed my store name at one point to My Car Glows, but most of these products have been under Jack Simple Tech. That's it. So that's basically what my, winner products have been. You can probably see why these ones were better than the ones that didn't work, but that's basically it. That's the rundown of what products have worked and haven't worked for me. But in saying that, like I was saying before, these have sold. I was able to get some sales on this, maybe on the lowest end, maybe 5 to maybe 10 sales a week, but the ads weren't profitable and I just couldn't see myself scaling it. So it's fine to go out and test products, but that's basically what I do. If it's not profitable, after a few days or so, I'll just move on to the next product. But these are the products that work for me. So go out and start testing products yourself. Okay, so this is the product checklist that I personally put together. Very, very small. It's not as in-depth as, say, when you're selling on Amazon or something like that, because there's usually only general guidelines. The good thing about dropshipping is you can test a wide variety of products if you like. But these are the few things that I'd just have a look at, especially when you're first starting, things that you need to look at. And I would try and check off all of these points, but I'll just explain them in a bit more detail as well. So I've just put here, have your product mark as many of these points as possible, because that'll give you a higher chance to actually at least be on the right track to having a product that can potentially do well. So first things first, this is the biggest one in my opinion. Make sure that you cannot buy this product in normal retail stores. So make sure that you can't go, let's just say you're selling in Australia, make sure that you can't go and buy it from Target or buy it from Woolworths or Coles or something like that. If you're selling in the US, make sure that you can't go to a Walmart and just pick it up from there. So, just have a look online, have a look at their store online and see if they sell that product or not. Majority of the time, if they don't, that's a good indication that you might be on the right track. As well, make sure that it's a product that people will be widely attracted to or use a lot. That's why I go through in the product research. I go through Peck School, see if it's actually selling. But the way that you'd usually know if it's wildly attracted is by the third point here, and that's to make sure it fulfills a need. The way I would start this, so you might say to yourself, okay, I don't know what people need help with. I don't know what problems I need to be solving. I said here, start with your own needs. When I first had a look at, and actually come to think of it as well, I've just thought about this. Come to think of it, the two products that I've had that actually sell really well were two products that I needed. First one being the teeth cleaner. So I wanted something that could help me, clean my teeth, get plaque off my teeth, or just I would still go to the dentist, but I wanted something that I could use at home. That's when I had a look at that, came up on my feed. Okay, look, this might be a good product I could sell. With the resistance band set, I can't go to the gym at the moment during this COVID stuff, so I thought, okay, I need a way to work out at home. This actually came up on my feed again, and I thought, hey, I actually need this. But as well, this might be a good product I could sell. So I started fulfilling my own needs, and that's how I got the idea to sell them, because I thought, okay, if it's fulfilled a need for me, then it's more than likely going to help other people as well. Because when you come to think about this, most people are quite alike. So just think about that, and that's how you'll be on the right track to know if it's a wildly attractive product, or a product that people could use a lot. So another thing as well, I would definitely guarantee to have it be a product that can be sold for over $15, just because you need to factor in cost of advertisement and try and actually fit your. We'll talk about pricing your product more a bit later on, but I would preferably have it between $30 and $70. With my teeth cleaner, it was about $55. With my with my resistance band set was about $70. Now, if you can sell it for $100 or more, $100, $200, even better. If you have more room for margin, even better. But if you're not sure, I wouldn't start selling the cheapy cables and things like that, which we're talking about before. For like $15, $20 even. I would start going a little bit higher, because the higher your margin is, the higher price point it is. It's you're going to have more room for profit. You're going to have more wiggle room, especially with your ads. You can test more, and you won't, especially at the start, you won't necessarily lose as much money on ads. So here's another little bit of advice that I found out myself. When I first started selling the teeth cleaner, I started selling it at about, I think it was at about $30, maybe $35. Now, it was selling okay, but I didn't have any room for profit. And when I sold it again, when I went back to it, redid my ads and sold it again, that's when I started selling at about $40, $50, $55 mark. It was just as easy to sell it at that price as it was the lower price. I'd say it even sold better at that price. So really, when it comes down to the eyes of the consumer, usually if it's a little bit higher price, people see that as it's even better quality even. And that just works out better because you've got, like I said, you've got more wiggle room for profit, and it's way better in the long run. Trust me, I would much prefer you guys go ahead and sell, a sort of like, I guess you could call them higher ticketed items than just your cheap, $20 to $30 items, because it's just going to work out better in the long run. And as well, you get more revenue for your store, so sort of a win-win situation. But you'll find that it's just as easy to sell a $70 product as is a $20 product. You can go ahead and test it. Once you start learning these methods, go ahead and test it, and you'll see what I mean. But these are the product checklists. Well, this is the product checklist that I would use. If you have any questions about it, let me know. But make sure that you tick as many of these as you possibly can. Okay, so this is how I personally do product research when it comes to dropshipping. It's very, very different to Amazon. If you guys have been in my Amazon course, there's a lot of tools that you usually need, or you need at least one tool that will pull data for you and tell you how many sales, this and that, how many sales per month, the revenue, and just all that kind of stuff. There's a piece of software here that I'm going to be showing you, which is similar to that, but really when it comes to dropshipping, I just go by what it looks like, what the product looks like, the potential that it could be, and then I'll have a look at things like AliExpress and have a look at what's coming up in my feed, because it usually shows you what, when you see what's on Facebook, when you see what's on your social media, it usually shows you what's popular. Go through and read the comments. I like the posts. I'll show you the Facebook side in a second. But if you want an idea, if you have no idea what sort of products you want to start looking at to sell, these are some of the ways that you can do so. So first of all, I'll leave the link for this piece of software down below as well. This is called PEXchool, and this will give you a general idea of what's selling. So basically what PEXchool does is it pulls data from different websites. So from other dropshipping websites, I think it also pulls from AliExpress as well, and it shows you what is selling. It'll actually pull data from a store, and to be honest, I haven't gone through the entirety of this software. I'll just show you what I usually use, and it's usually only the best-selling products here, just to sort of gain traction for myself for what I can see. Now, unfortunately, the Facebook ads trends, I haven't ever been able to get to work. It just sits on the loading screen forever. So if you can get it to work, that's great, because I'd love to see Facebook ad trends, but I can't seem to get it to work. I usually just use the best-selling products. So you make an account, and all we want to do is go ahead and hit start searching. So this is the first way I would do product research. So once this loads, you can actually filter through the products to see what is selling the most at the moment. So you can actually do filters. Now the filters are okay. They don't usually work the best, but let's just say if we can try it out. Let's just say if we wanted to filter the country and we wanted to do Australia. So go ahead and hit Australia, hit apply. And then what we can do from there, see, it still comes up with the US, so it's still half and half. It works well, kind of doesn't work well, but at least it's been really good for me to give me ideas at the very least, which is good. So we can do from there is go newest, and you can go, I like to go highest order in recent 7 days. So there's the highest amount of orders that these products have. So let's just say here, keep going down just to get ourselves some ideas. Okay, go to next page. If we can't find any in this, we'll just get rid of the filter. Silicon stove counter gap. So we'll just click on this. We'll see. So we can see now, I can't see what store it's pulling it from, but from what I can see, the orders are going up. So one order on that store for that day, 9, 12, 18, 21, 39 for the day, which is quite good. So that could be a potential product. Let's just click on it. We'll have a look. Then here's the plus side of this as well. So you can actually view the product. It shows you the website that it's from. You can look at the product description. You can see a little bit about it, what it does. Obviously, it's a little silicon insert that sits next to the countertop, so you're gonna get food and crumbs, whatever else in the side fall down there. But this is what it does as well. It shows you the suppliers, it shows you the competitors as well, shows you who's selling it. So it actually, you can see on Amazon who's selling it, on eBay as well. Perfect. So if you wanted to have a look at this product, you can actually go to the suppliers, click on that, and it'll give you one of the suppliers. So what I would personally do is I would just go through and search for the product myself and just go through the pricing myself. But this is a good idea to get you started. So you can actually see, how much it is. Let's say we wanted to get the black one shipped from China, $5.22. I've got my AliExpress set in AUD, which you can set as well when you make an account. But that's pretty much it. So, what you can do from there is, let's just say we wanted to view the product. Now, I'm going to guess. So, yes, this is from one of the websites. This is what theirs looks like. So, this is the site that we were looking at before. So, on May 3rd, which I think was 2 days ago or yesterday for me, it's got 39 orders on their store, which is quite good for that. So I don't know how much they're spending on ads, but it just shows you how they've got it. Now, if you wanted to take this product over, you can make this look so much better. Just like, the gifts are good. It's a bit clunky, the gifts. They've got weird stuff there, but I'm going to guess that they're selling in the US and other countries like maybe UK, Canada maybe as well. You can make this look a little bit better. They don't have any reviews either. Fast, free worldwide shipping, okay. That's cool. Everyone has free shipping now as well, but it's a good point to make. But they're selling for $12.97. So I'm not sure how much profit they'd have on this. Maybe not much. I'm guessing this is USD as well, but you can make this look better. So this could be a potential product for you as well. But that's how I would start doing product research using Pec School. You can keep scrolling down. Now let's just say we wanted to get rid of this country filter here. This will most likely give you say if you want to sell in Australia, you can get good ideas selling in the US, because the thing that you need to remember is when you're looking for products, if a product is doing well in one country, most likely do well in other countries as well, because people are very similar. Doesn't matter what country they're in. There's only very few products there that might work for some countries and might not work for others. But it's good to get ideas from here. So that's how I would go about starting to use Pec School. You can do other trackers. I think you can put in other people's websites and it can track sales from other people's websites. So you can use that, but just for the purpose of finding products and seeing how many they're selling, I would just start using the winning products here and just getting an idea of what people are selling, what is popular, all that good stuff. So that's what I would do when using Pec School. Now, another product research method I would use is just literally going through AliExpress. These product research methods are very, very simple, and like I said, I think they're more simple than when you're looking for Amazon products as well, because you're just trying to look for what's, I guess, trending in a sense, but also products that will help people. See, with this stove counter, this will help people. This actually solves a problem. That's why they've sold almost 40 units in a day. So you got to think of it in that sense. Okay, and what I would do for AliExpress when you're looking at products is you can either go, and I'm pretty sure AliExpress have a trending products as well, but literally one of the easiest ways to do is you can actually look through the categories as well. But let's just say I wanted to go to, okay, similar to teeth cleaner. Let's just say if I wanted to type in teeth cleaner, I wanted to sell in the dental niche, type in teeth cleaner. What you can do from here is go to orders. And that's going to filter through, okay, what has the most orders? What are people buying? There we go. There's the one that I was selling. That's another one that I tried to sell. Very, very simple stuff, and just, you get an idea of what's selling really well by looking at the orders. So there we go, almost 7,500 of these sold. Now, this could be people just buying it. This also could be people using it on their dropshipping store, using it on any sort of e-commerce store. So this just gives you an idea for what is popular. So you can do the same thing as well with any category. So let's just say, for instance, one thing that I was looking at before, I probably wouldn't sell this, but magnetic cables, because I see a lot of these people trying to dropship this product. I see a lot of ads come up for it. There we go. So you might have seen that one up there. You might have seen this one on an ad actually quite recently as well. I might actually save this one because this one's kind of new. Again, we go ahead and hit orders, and it'll show you what has been most popular. There we go. So we've got 354,000 of these sold. So this probably will be a little bit saturated, these magnetic products. Again, I don't know how good they are. I've never ordered one. I'd say the quality would be okay, but you just got to be careful with little like tech products like this. You got to be careful of. Again, the teeth cleaner, I guess you could say that as a tech product, but it was something that had more use to it. It could actually clean your teeth. With these ones here, cool, it's magnetic, but people can buy cables basically from anywhere, and I don't know, I just don't know how viable they are. They might also be saturated because people love to sell products that you can buy for a few dollars and sell for, I don't know, 10, 20 bucks, just because it seems easy. It's just an easy thing to do. It's going to be harder to get up and running a product that is a teeth cleaner, but in the end, it's actually better for you and for your sales, for your store, than something like this. That's my personal opinion anyway. So that's what I would start doing for AliExpress. You can also just go through into categories, have a look on there. I would just be careful selling stuff like, I guess stuff that can, just be sensible about it. I wouldn't sell knives. I wouldn't sell something that's going to hurt someone. Just be sensible about it. And maybe even clothing, just be careful of that because there's a lot of big brand clothes out there. Again, just make sure that you are going through the product checklist and ticking off as many of those as you can. Now, the last method, which I've been doing a lot more recently, is actually going through the Facebook feed. So when this loads up, I've got to block out some of this screen because obviously personal information. This is actually my Facebook account. So I've just got up here, this is a dropshipping product that's just come up, and I am starting to optimize my feed for more and more dropshipping products. So this is all I do. Okay, cool. What I do on here, oh, this looks like a touch lock for a door. Probably not something I would use, but look, this is going to give me ideas. So what do? I want Facebook to start showing me more products like this, start giving me more ideas. Again, this is how I found the teeth cleaning product. This is exactly what I did. It actually came up on my Instagram, and I thought, hey, that might be something that I might be able to use. And I ended up actually buying one myself, and I liked it, so I thought of selling it. That's all I did for it. I didn't use any special software. I literally went through my Instagram feed, and I liked it. I went on the site. I ended up buying one from them, and then that's when I wanted to sell it. But this is all I would do. Like the post, and you can even do this as well. Okay, let's have a look at the actual page itself. Okay, so they're selling it for $3.99. Just tells you a bit about it. So this is a decent setup, and they've got I like the setup of their page actually. I haven't seen this before. This is nice. So it's nice and clean. Probably wouldn't have as many photos, probably have a different photo layout there, but I like their dot points. Okay, I wouldn't do something like this as well, just so you guys know. I wouldn't have a pop-up like that because I don't like being disturbed while I'm looking at the page. I would probably do that later on, just I would have it as an extra option, maybe on the next page or something. I wouldn't have a pop-up in someone's face like that. That's just me personally. It might work, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't do that because I personally don't like it. Okay, so they 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 tell you a bit about it, tell you what it does, customer reviews. Okay, apparently they won't return email after purchase. They've got an angry customer there, which isn't great. But look, overall, I like the look of this page. But that's all I would do, and you can even do stuff like add it to cart. You don't have to buy it, obviously. But this is just optimizing your Facebook feed. So Facebook's going, okay, they went through to this page, they added it to their cart. Sweet, we'll show them more like that. And you will get more posts like this. You will get a lot more dropshipping posts, and it'll optimize your feed and give you product ideas. So they're the 3 ways that I would go about doing product research. Again, now PEC School, before you go ahead and do this, just one thing I want to note before you go ahead and download PEC School, you will get a free trial, but you start the 7 trial for $7, okay? So it's not free. You start the 7 trial for $7. I think it might have been free when I first started it, but it's $49.95 per month. Just so you know, I would only be using this for when you're doing product research. So you can even start the trial, do your product research, get rid of it, because $49.95 per month, for what it does, it's okay, but just so you know, just look out for that. There's no like free plan or anything like that. There's only the trial, and then you get put on there. I wouldn't bother with any of these. $500 per month. Yeah, look, maybe for businesses, I'm not sure why they would use it unless you're running quite a large one. But just for a personal use, I just go for this one. Start the $7 trial, and then get out of it if you want. But just so you know, before you get into it, yes, it does cost money to start the PEC School plan. That's just so you know before you get into it. But that's what I would do, when doing product research. If you don't want to pay for PEC School, you can do the other methods that I've used, like AliExpress, the Facebook one. But it's just good to get an insight of what stores are selling, and actually shows you that the thing that I like about it is actually shows you the numbers of the store when selling. But go ahead, get in, start doing your product research and finding your potential products. Yeah, the big question a lot of you might have is, do I sell in Australia? Do I sell in other countries? Maybe in the US, in the UK. You see a lot of people talking about the big 5, which is that's the US, that's Canada, that's the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. So you also get some people say, okay, sell in Germany, sell in Switzerland. There's a lot of rich places out there, a lot of rich countries that you can sell to, and really it comes down to what you want to try out. With mine, I thought, okay, I've done Amazon FBA in Australia, I wanted to try dropshipping in Australia, so I did that. You can try selling in the US, you can try the big 5, which I just listed when you're creating your ad set. So when you look at the ad set videos, you can try those 5, or you can just try one country at a time. There's ups and downs to doing both. Obviously, if you try the big 5, you can see what works in your ad sets, and you can start narrowing down the countries. But I found for me, when I hyper target just one country, say in Australia, for me it tends to work better in terms of, okay, I've already got my country, I can start niching down, stuff like the age, stuff like the gender, stuff like should I only target Facebook or Instagram, all that good stuff. But really comes down to just trying it yourself. So if you're not sure where to sell in, if you're looking to sell in the US, say if you're choosing between US and Australia, just make sure that your store is set up to sell in those countries as well, and where you go. Other than that, it's just testing your ads and seeing what works. I am a big advocate at the moment for selling in Australia, just because it's worked well for me, but it's worked even better for some people selling in the US. So really, my word of advice to you, if you're not sure on where to start selling, try a country first, or try multiple countries first. If that doesn't work, try something else. It's all about trial and error, especially when it comes to launching a store, creating your ads, seeing what works in terms of targeting. Okay, so this is where we're going to start to build our store. So you can do product research before or after. I personally like to put basically build a store first and then start doing product research. So it's just everything's ready, and then I can just import the product and then start marketing it and do all that stuff. But that's my personal preference. You can do it the other way around if you like, but first thing you need to do, to have any products on your store, is actually make a store. So you might be viewing this after COVID, but if you're viewing it during COVID, at the moment they've got a 90-day free trial. It's usually only like 14 days or 30 days, but now because of COVID, they're doing 90-day free trial, which is great for you guys who are just starting. Now I'm going to leave the link to start your own Shopify store down below. You can get started with that. and you just want to go ahead and make an email, password, and create your store name. So don't stress too much if you don't know what your store name is going to be yet. Make something up first. Find a store that's available, store name that's available, because you can change your store name later on. So go ahead and do that. Next step, it's going to just say, tell us a little about yourself. This isn't too important. You just go ahead and choose, say, are you already selling? I'm not selling products yet. Do you have something to sell? No, I'm just playing around with Shopify. Or if you do, you say yes. All this stuff doesn't really matter. It's just Shopify getting to know a little bit about you, just so they may be able to send you some little helpful tips, along the way. Because sometimes I get Shopify give me some tips on things that I might be able to improve on, or just general information as well. So this stuff doesn't really matter too much. What's your current revenue? 0. Which industry would you be operating in? If you have no idea, you just say, I haven't decided yet. You're getting up a store for a client, so you won't be getting up store for a client. Again, you can hit skip, but I just like to fill these out anyway. So you're just setting this up for yourself, so don't tick yes on that, just leave it as is. And then for this, unless you have another address, it's actually going to get you to add your address. So it's fine to add your own address in. I just do that for my stores as well. Unless you have, like I said, another address to add into it, but they do need an actual address. So go ahead and put your address in. Bring you to the home page. So what you want to do on the home page now, to save you having to go back and do this at the start, I would just go ahead and select a plan straight away. So you don't have to pay anything right now, and it will tell you that it says there's no risk. If Shopify isn't right for you, cancel before August 2nd. So you've still got 90 days. Now, I only ever use the basic Shopify plan. It's been fine for me. Unless you have another reason to use the $79 plan, start with the basic. Again, you don't have to pay for it right now, just so you know. Says, so I would just do $209 USD every 30 days. You won't be charged until the 2nd of August. So if you are viewing this after COVID, like I said, you will probably most likely have either 14 days or 30 days. But during the COVID stuff, they're giving you 90 days for this. So after that, you want to go ahead and put in your payment method. So you can do PayPal if you want PayPal, or just put in your credit card, but go ahead and do that. So after you've done that, you want to go ahead and it would have given you an option to just click Start Plan or click Next. So go ahead and do that. Now we are ready to start building our store. Got your product selected, you know which product you want to sell. I've got two options here for you to use, and I'll be talking about two different apps. One is Oberlo or Oberlo. That uses AliExpress. So all Oberlo is, it's just an app that will connect you to AliExpress. It allows you to import products from AliExpress to your store. It also allows you to track your orders, to order your product from AliExpress. It's just an automation system for AliExpress, basically. So I've got that there, which in my opinion is a good way to start testing a product. But then after that, I would move on to something like HyperSKU. So what you want to go ahead and do is just install these two apps. All you need to do is just visit the Shopify App Store, look for Oberlo, install that, look for HyperSKU, install that. They're both free. Once you do that, I'm now going to show you how to import your product through Oberlo. So we want to go ahead and let's just say because there's a couple of ways we can do this, but I'll show you the easiest way. So when you install Oberlo, it's going to give you this page here. This is your home page for Oberlo. So it just says, okay, you've created and connected your Shopify store. So that happens when you install it. It says add your first product. So we don't have to go through all this. All we really want to do is go to import list. There we go. So this is going to be the products that you've imported. Now, once you've imported them into Oberlo, they won't be on your store yet. So let's just say, for instance, now through the theme of this course, I'm going to go through the example of the fitness bands that I've been selling, just because I know them and I know the product well, and we're going to use that as an example. So let's just say you've chosen your product. Now for mine, we say 11-piece resistance band piece set, 11-piece set. So what you want to do from here is go to the most orders, and we're looking for a good price, a decent one, decent looking one that has good shipping. So we've got here, because these don't have the highest orders, we'll just go to resistance band set. We want something with lots of orders. There we go. 25,000 sold. So let's just say we go here. We want this. What's this one here? Type C. This is the 11-piece set, I think. Okay, shipping from China. There we go. It's to Australia via e-packet, 13 to 20 days. Okay, let's just say we wanted to import this product here. You like the look of it. So we go to copy this URL, and then we go back to Oberlo and add by URL, product URL, paste that in, add the product, and there we go. It's in the import list. So from here, what you can do is, and we're not going to edit this right now. We're actually going to edit it once it's imported to the store, and that'll be on the video of creating your product page, which I'll show you more in depth. But for now, we're not going to change anything. We're going to leave everything as it is. The only thing I would probably change is the variant. So some products here, they might have the different variants of what you're wanting to sell. Now for ours, we went for the Type C from China, so you want to only make that one available, and we'll do the pricing in the product video as well. So we want to get rid of that. We're not shipping from anywhere apart from China, because that was the only one that was available, and that's the one we've chosen to go for. So there we go. So we want to make sure that your version is the only version available, or if you've got different variations, make sure those are the only ones available. And that is about it. So once that's done, you can go through to your Shopify, go through to your products, and it should be pushed through to your store. And that's pretty much it. Now it is in your store, and I'm going to show you guys as well in another video how to import, do the same thing through Hyperskew, but that is basically how simple it is to import your product from Oberlo. And now it'll be in your products as well, and once you make an order through here, it'll actually come up under your orders here, and you can manage everything through here. Basically, it's very, very simple to do, but that is how to import products from Oberlo to your store. Okay, now we're going to be using Hyperskew, and I'm going to show you how to import a product from here. So Hyperskew is one of those apps that I would probably start using a bit later on when you know that your product has demand, because you can do a lot of useful things on Hyperskew here, which you can't really do on Oberlo. You can do stuff here like you can actually order stock in advance. So let's just say you get up to the point where selling 50 units a week or so, or 100 units a week, and you know that they're going to be selling. You can actually buy stock ahead of time, and Hyperskew actually uses a warehousing system, so they can actually stock. Have your stock ready in a warehouse, so then it's basically ready to ship straight away. So before we do any of that, before we worry about any of that stuff, all we're going to be doing here is finding products. Now, keep in mind that Hyperskew won't always have, it's not going to have the same amount of products as what AliExpress does. So what I would be doing beforehand is just searching and seeing if you can get this product in Hyperskew first. Now, you may be able to ask the support team on Hyperskew, give them an email, see if they can source this product. But I know for a fact that they have the resistance bands that we're talking about. So all we want to do is when you log into Hyperskew, it'll bring you to this dashboard here. So just want to go ahead and hit search product, and we're just going to type in resistance bands and see if we can find the ones that we're after. So once this loads, it's basically the same process as of Oberlo. If you haven't watched that video, go ahead and do that now. You just find the product, it'll show you how much it is, and you go ahead and import it to your store. You can change the product details once it is on your store. Okay, so once we type that in, I've gone to the second page here and I've found the same one that I was selling. Now you can change this currency, shipped to the US or in USD. You can change it to AUD if you like. That's what I've done on my other store. But you want to go ahead, and once you find it, you just go ahead or you can actually click into it first, have a look a little bit about it, and have a look at the details of the product if you like. So I'm going to move myself up here. And there we go. That's just the automated help system. Get out of that for now. I don't need that. Clear that. Now, it'll say here the shipping to the US. Like I said, you can actually change this. So let's just say we wanted to go to Australia. Okay, delivery. Now it says 6 to 8 business days. In reality, during this COVID stuff, it is more like I'd say 15 to 20 days, but this is the usual shipping, which is great. After the COVID stuff's over, 6 to 8 days would be perfect usually. Now, the thing at the moment with this COVID stuff, if you're watching this after COVID, this doesn't apply, but during COVID, the stuff that you need to take note of is that the processing time of the orders is a lot longer. It's not usually the delivery, it's the processing time, it's the sorting time. Once it ships, it's actually not too bad. It's just the processing time. Usually processing that takes 2 to 3 days, takes anywhere from like 7 to 10 days now because it's COVID stuff. But apart from that, it's not actually too bad for shipping. So let's just say we like the look of this. Tells you a bit about it. Just page views, we don't really have to worry about that. That's just telling you how many people have imported it. Cool, so we go ahead and click on add to import list. Now we can just say edit on import list right here. And then, like I said before, it's the exact same thing as Oberlo. We don't, you can edit here if you want, but I would just leave it for now and watch the product video on the course, just so you can edit it properly. And same thing with the price. We're going to be doing that on the product page, on the product video. So all you want to go ahead here and do is click import to store. Oops, sorry, we've got to select the store. There we go. Select your store and go import to store. Confirm, yes. Okay, so it won't actually import it unless it's the same currency as your store. So that's a good thing to note. So we want to go ahead and hit currency. So we'll just do ship to Oz as well. Ship to Australia, currency, AUD. Save that. There we go. So once that's saved, we can go ahead and hit import to store. Click the store, and this should work here. Okay. There we go. It's imported to store. So what we can do from here is go back to our products like we did with the other one. Refresh this page. And there we go. Now we have our other resistance band set. Now the photo should come up anyway. We're going to be adding photos in, but don't worry about that for now. So that's it. That is basically, and it shows you where now it says that the vendor here is Fitmaker Oz, which is our store name, but for Hyperskew to show you that the actual vendor is Hyperskew. So that's basically how to import your first product using, we've done Oberlo, and now we've done Hyperskew. But now we're going to do, in later videos, I'm actually going to show you how to edit the product, make the product page look nice, and then how to actually fulfill the orders once we've actually got an order in. Now we're up to the part where we're actually doing our product page, and I'm going to actually show you in relation to the exact product page that I have that actually is converting sales right now. So let's just say here, now to get to this page, all you do is click on your product. When you go to all products, you click on it, and it comes up with this page here, and this is where you can edit it. So what you want to do is first change your title. Very, very simple stuff. And I'm going to show you guys basically how I would do it exactly. I'm basically going to do it exactly the same. You would just do a very similar thing for your product. So follow along. It's very, very easy to do. So first things first, this is my product page for my actual website. Now this website is still up. You can check it out if you like. This is basically my whole product page that I've done. You probably would have already seen this on one of the early videos, but we're going to get through all of this and how to do it. Majority of it is fairly simple, and go ahead and upload the theme export that I have in the other video on how to create your site. You will have basically this whole setup. It just won't have the photos in it, but it'll have this blue theme and stuff. Not the shaking button, but the general look of the site. So first things first, we want to do our title. So you want to get rid of this. You don't want to have this here, Ugle 11 piece. You want it nice, like very, very simple stuff. So all I've got here is a resistance band fitness set, and then in brackets 11 piece. So for your description, the only other thing I've done here, which I'll show you in a second, is just added in some photos. These weren't the original photos, but I'll show you guys the photos in a second. So for the description, very, very simple stuff. I'll see if I can actually copy all this down, and I'll see if it works. We'll see what happens. It might not, because I've got GIFs in here, but hey, we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. Paste that in. Okay, sweet. So it works. So how to do this, I'm going to run through this and run through my thoughts of why I've got this. So I'm going to show you on this page. So first things first, and I'll put myself up here so you can see a little bit better. So first things first, I've got here, and we'll go through the pricing and that in a sec as well. So first thing I've got here is guaranteed safe checkout. Now, this doesn't look too great on desktop, but basically like 99% of people who are buying this are on mobile, and it looks fine on mobile as well. And we'll check it out on mobile in a second as well. So I've got the guaranteed safe checkout here. They're just trust badges, and you can get these by literally going through to Google, and you can just say trust badges PNG or trust badges transparent. Go to images, and you can literally save one of these. Just get one that's on a transparent background, save it to whatever folder you want, and you want to come back here and you can just click, say we wanted to post it here, you just click insert image, and then you upload the file and put it in there, and you can actually drag it so it's bigger or smaller, whatever you want to do. But I would put some form of, you don't have to put this one that I've got here, but I would put some form of trust badge there. So we've got that. Then I've got very, very simple info about it, because you don't want to give your customers too much to read about. You just want to talk a little bit about what it is, what it does, how to use it, basically like why it's so good, and that's basically it. And then a little bit about the shipping. So I've just got here, what's so good about resistance band training. So in the instance of the teeth cleaner that I sold, I could just say I could say something like, what's so good about ultrasonic teeth cleaning, or something like that. I just started with a question. So what's so good about resistance band training? And then you talk a little bit about why it's good. Now, if you're not sure about your product, just go and do some Google research, have a look on the AliExpress product page, get some info about it. Now, what I've posted here and what have been working really well in recent dropshipping times are GIFs. That's why I've got GIFs here. What you can do, same thing that we did here with the trust badges. You can literally go here and you can say 11-piece resistance band set, and then you can actually go through tools, type, and then go GIF. And there we go, and you will actually see, and if you click here, it will actually give you GIFs. Now, this is exactly where I've gotten this GIF from as well. So that's all it is. Now, the way to put in a GIF is basically you go through, let's just say we wanted to add it here, go to images. Now you can either save the file and upload it, or you can do it via URL. So either way, chuck in your GIF there and it will be live on the site. So that, I think GIFs work really, really well. They help capture people's attention a lot more, and they're just more engaging, better to look at in my opinion. So make sure they're clean, make sure they're not pixelated, and make sure they don't go for too long. See, these ones here, they only go for a few seconds each, and then it loops back over. So only a few seconds each. So I've got here, okay, so I've got why resistance band training is good. I've got here simple and effective use in the comfort of your own home. You really want to push why your product is good. So here you've got the choice of 5 different levels of resistance, from your yellow 10-pound band all the way up to your black 30-pound band. You can combine the bands to make more resistance. Then I've put here you can combine a total of 100 pounds of resistance, and I've put 45 kg just because I'm selling to Australians. You've got to just think about little stuff like that. I have another gift, then I said get creative. You'll have a complete set of workout gear, everything you need to perform nearly any exercise you can think of. Use your door, your coffee table, your own 2 feet. So I'm just saying, how simple it is to use, what you can use it for. And then I've also got a woman here doing, sort of like leg extensions, doing leg exercises with it as well, just because I want it to appeal to both male and female, and give females ideas that they can use this as well. Then I've got here, this is another gift that I've got, someone using the door handle that they get with it just to wrap it around a door, and they can do back exercises with it as well. So I just put a couple more gifts down here, and then I said disclaimer, always be safe when working out. I put this in bold. If you're a beginner, start with lighter resistance bands and work your way up. Ensure you're exercising safely and under proper guidance if possible. Then all I've got here, I found the product with just on a white background. I made sure it was white so you don't have any yucky borders around it, and I just said what's included. If you're not sure what's included, make sure to have a look on the AliExpress page, or have a look on someone else's website that's selling a similar product. Make sure you've got everything in there, make sure you've got the correct info. and you just make it nice and neat in dot points. That is pretty much it. That's all I did here. As you can see here, I've got the GIFs here, and you can also make these GIFs bigger and smaller as well if you want. Make sure that you just check it over on your page through mobile, which we'll do in a second. And that's pretty much it. I've got the, you can do dot points here. You can put it in bold as well. And then right down the bottom here, which I'll show again, I've just got fast and free Aussie shipping. So I basically set it up where it's got a bold title and then a little, couple of sentences, like a small paragraph. You don't want to fill up too much info. You want to have people reading too much, because people have short attention spans these days when it comes to shopping online. Just want to make it nice and simple for them. So please allow up to 12-20 days. Again, at the moment, 12-20 days is the best I can get so far. I would love to have it, like 5 to 7 days shipping, but that will probably be later on down the line. But yeah, just put your shipping time here. Days for your order to arrive at your door after your order has been placed. This is due to current high demand at this time, so that's just what I put here just because of the COVID stuff. Now I've got a little image here. I just typed in something like free shipping or fast shipping PNG, or you can type in fast shipping transparent. You just want another transparent photo here. If you can, that'll be good. And then I just put here now. Come on, what are you waiting for? Your health and fitness won't last forever, neither will this deal. You don't have to put that in there. That's just something I put in as a little extra. And then I've got the reviews. Now we will go through reviews on a separate video on how to get these and how to import them, because they help a lot with conversion rates. And I'll show you guys how to get it. So there's different names, and they've got the little Aussie flag here, and the dates as well, because there is a way you can do that. I've got more as well. I've got, I can't remember how many I've got in here. Let's have a look. I've got 51 reviews here, but we'll do that in another video. So, okay, cool. So let's just say we've done that. We're happy with that. Now, next thing you want to do is the price. So pricing is going to be really dependent on how much it costs for you to buy the product. So let's just say with cost of the product and shipping, let's just say it's $20, for all up, all expenses paid, the product to buy is $20. The rule of thumb that I like to go by is you need to price your product 3 times what your cost of the product is. So if you're selling for $20, if you're buying for $20, sell it for $60. So let's say, the price here would be $60, or you could just say $59.99, and the compare at price is, let's just say, $99.99, something like that. So that will actually show. I'll show you guys in a second. You don't really need to add anything else in here, so we can probably go ahead and hit save. I can't show you guys what it looks like on mobile just yet, but it will look very, very different once you've uploaded the export file for my Shopify store, the layout of it, the theme. So it will not look like this right now, but I'm just going to show you guys how it would look if you would just use the general theme. I actually don't mind this theme, but there's reasons why I use the theme that I use. It's very good for mobile. This one could be good for mobile, and I do like the general layout of this, but just all in all, this is what it will look like when first editing this. So you've got the GIFs there. Looks pretty good so far. So you don't need to be and I would take this out as well, but that comes back to when you upload the file as well. You don't need anything too intricate. You just want it to be nice and simple, get the point across, and you've got the photos there which look good. The other thing that I didn't show you on the product page was the photos. So you just want to make sure. I just typed in 11-piece resistance band fitness set, and when I was on Google Images, I just went in, let's just go back to normal. So we'll go back to any type, and I just went size, so tools. Internet's gone super slow right now. Tools, size, and large. You want nice, large images because you want it to look nice. You don't want it to look pixelated. That's why the images look nice. Let's go to the second page. So there we go. And on mobile, they'll look even better, which is the main thing. So you just want to make sure you have nice images. Now for your images, the last thing I would note is you want your first image to be nice and clear, show what the customer will be getting, show the image nice and clear, just show all the items. If you can get something that looks nice and packed, like this photo here, it looks nice and packed. You've got all the attachments, all the fitness bands, you've got the bag, the handles, everything you need all in one. And then I would probably add another 3 or 4 images. You can do another image showing the product, which I'll show you on my other one, which I have here. So I've got this here. So I've got another image which shows the color coordination in terms of the strength of the band. And then I just have a few more photos of people using the product. And that's it. That's all there is. You know, on this one, I just found some different photos. I actually don't mind these ones. Actually probably prefer this one here. I'll probably use that instead. And I like this photo here because it's an outdoor image. You know, even though these will be used for home workouts and stuff, gets the point across. But that is pretty much it. That is how to create your product page. Now the rest of it, like I said, will be in another video. Just little differences like adding in your reviews as well. That'll be in a different video, but that is the basics of getting your product page up and running. Okay, now this is going to be more like the inner workings part of setting up your store. This is going to be just you know, general settings, legal stuff, some shipping stuff. I'll show you as I go, but this is what you want to do first. This is before we set up the theme or anything. This will be in the next video, but before we do that, we got to actually set up the inner workings. So first, what you want to go ahead and do is go into general here, and from here, this is literally just the general stuff. So we don't have to add an ABN in yet. You don't have to apply for an ABN yet. I'll talk a little bit about that in the taxes, sort of legal videos that I have in the course here. But you just want to put in some general store details. So store name. Now I've just made mine FitMaker Oz. I will be doing the URL, like the website and whatnot, in the website URL video in the course. So you just want to do your store name. Now, if you're not sure on your store name, like I said earlier, you can change it. But let's just say I wanted to go ahead and sell fitness products on this store, or you know, do a single fitness product in this store. I just made it FitMaker Oz. So here you also want to do your store contact email and your customer email. So I've set up a new Gmail account under this email. Now, if you don't have a current email, here's what you can do. So this is the email that your customers will see. What you want to put in here is your actual email. So let's just say for mine, I've just got, you know, let's just say I've got a Hotmail account. You know, we'll do that email there. There we go. And instead of, so basically your customers will see this email, and this will be your personal email. This is where all your customer emails will go to. You can set this up later on, or you can actually just redirect this email in your Gmail account to redirect to this email. So whatever may happen, whichever way you want to go about it, you could do this if you like. As we come down the bottom here, you can choose your time zone and your store currency. Now, I am going to be building out an Aussie store, so I'm going to leave this as my time zone in Brisbane here, and then leaving the AUD for the store currency as well. So if you're selling in the US, you can change this to USD or whichever you may. Now, if you're selling in multiple, I will talk a little bit about that in the module where I talk about different apps that I use, because you can get store currency converters. So you can leave this in AUD if you want, and then you can get a store currency converter app which converts the currency for you as well. But I'm going to leave that as is. So we'll go into the next part here. Now you want to go ahead and click into payments. So this is actually how you are going to get paid from Shopify when you make a sale. So first it'll say here you need to provide more information to start receiving payouts. So you can just complete that. Now I'll give you a quick rundown of this. Some of this I have to block out, but business type, you just do individual sole trader. Now it says it's optional to put in an ABN. Like I said, you can do that later on. I will get an ABN as soon as possible because it makes things easier down the line. Once you start making money from your store, it'll be easier for tax purposes. But I talk a little bit more about that in the tax video. And then in here, all you want to do is go to your banking information, put in your bank BSB and account number. That's just so when you make sales, it'll be deposited into that bank account. After you've done that, you can actually go through and connect your PayPal. Now, PayPal is another good way to receive payments. I always have PayPal on my store, and I have quite a few customers who pay through PayPal. So it says here, after your first sale, PayPal will email you at such and such with instructions for setting up a PayPal business account and claiming your funds. So you will need to create a PayPal business account. It's very easy to do so I would recommend creating a business account, and it's very easy to connect. You just follow the prompts. So once you get your first, you can make a business PayPal before this, or you can just wait until your first PayPal payment comes through. I would probably do it beforehand just to make things a little bit easier for yourself, and then you just go ahead and go to complete account setup, and you just follow the prompts. It's very, very simple. Now, the other payment option that we have, third-party providers. So we'll get a little bit more into that. There's one more, which is Afterpay. You can become an Afterpay merchant, which can help with payments as well. That's something that not a lot of people talk about, and I will have a dedicated video to becoming an Afterpay merchant. Not something that's necessary, but it definitely helped me when I have products that are over the $50, $60 mark. You get a lot of people using Afterpay, and it can help push a lot more sales as well, especially if you're selling up around that price point. Next one we can do is go through to shipping, and this is just your shipping rates to block out because it'll have your address up there where it's shipping from. You can manage and say that it's, most of the time you can click manage and you can go through and say it's shipped from your supplier. That's something you can do later on, but really what we want to worry about right now is your shipping zone. So let's just say that we were only selling in Australia. Let's just say that we were only targeting people in Australia. All you really want to do, and you can set up your shipping zones or your price later on. So let's just say you wanted to do free shipping, you wanted standard shipping as well. You can just make it free for standard, and let's just say if you did express shipping, you can set your price for express shipping. But usually I have free shipping either way because it's just standard shipping most of the time, unless you can get express shipping. But I usually just change them there, and I just make them free because majority of the time my shipping is free, because a lot of websites mostly have free shipping, especially dropshipping websites. So you can also do the rest of the world. Now, rest of the world, let's just say you want to edit the zone. You can actually choose your where you want to ship to. Now, let's just say if you wanted to only do Australia and the US, you can just literally type in here United States. There we go. Let's say you just wanted to do domestic Australian shipping and then United States shipping. Let's just say if you wanted to up the price for US shipping, you could do $10 shipping rate, flat rate, or something like that. Really, I would do free shipping as well, because let's say if you're shipping from China, you should have free shipping for all countries unless you've got it set up in a different way. But we don't want to make this too complicated, so you can add as many rates in as you want. Let's just say if you wanted to sell all over the world, you can just do one shipping zone which does just everywhere, or you could just do Australia, because basically what these shipping zones are is, it's just if you set up different prices for different shipping to different countries, you'd set up a whole bunch of different zones. But I usually only do if I'm selling to Australia, just do in Australia. If I'm selling to the US, just do in the US. Make it really, really simple, and then you can set your price on shipping or set it free. Now, another one quickly that we've just missed out on here is the checkout. So you want to go ahead and click on checkout, and this is just your checkout page, just a few prerequisites that I would suggest. So we've got here customer accounts. Choose if you want to prompt your customer to create an account when they can check out. So I would just put accounts are optional on a website. You don't have to make an account on my websites that I make. You can say, so I would make it customers can check out using either their phone number or email. Now make this checkout only using email. This is going to help a lot with email marketing, and it's just easier to keep track of things like that. So I just do using email only. Now we've got here, customers can choose to add phone number or email to receive shipping updates after they complete their order. Customers download the shop app. Okay, so we can just go ahead and choose customers can choose to add a phone number or email to receive shipping updates after they complete their order. Yes. Now require last name only. Now I would say require first and last name, company name hidden, keep that hidden. Address line 2 optional. I want to make their shipping address phone number required as well. That's just going to help with orders a lot of the time as well. So do required for the phone number. As while the customer is checking out, use the shipping address as a billing address by default. Just take that off. because you never know if they want the billing address the same or not. You can just get them to fill that in themselves. It might make the process a lot quicker for them, but you would rather give them the option for that. And then that is pretty much it. We don't have to worry too much about abandoned checkouts, because that's going to come later on with the apps that we use in the store. So that's it for this page here. So we'll go ahead and click save. This one for now is the legal. So this is just the back end. This is obviously the mandatory legal stuff. Very, very simple stuff you can do here. You just want to go ahead with the refund policy, click create from template. Go ahead and do the same for the privacy policy. You want to go ahead and do the same, click create from template for terms of service. That's pretty much it. We don't really need to do a shipping policy because we will be doing a dedicated shipping page just to give our customers info on the shipping info for our site. And that is pretty much it so far, just for the internal workings of your site. Okay, now this is going to be an exciting part. This is actually building out your store, and this is the part that your customers will actually see. So the inner workings are important, yes, but you need to make sure that what your website looks like is appealing to your customer's eye. Now, I've got something that will actually help you guys out a lot. I've got this store here, the one that's actually been converting right now. I'll show you guys what I would change when you do this, but I've got this whole layout here. You will still have to change some things, obviously, but the general layout I've got in an export file, and you can actually download the file, and you will have the same theme as me, basically like the layout of it, and you can upload that to your store. It'll make things a hell of a lot easier for you guys when first starting. So you can upload that. It'll be linked down the bottom of this video somewhere. You can download that. I'll show you guys how to upload it right now. So all you want to do when you first start off, your page will most likely look like this. You want to go ahead and go customize theme. Online store is password protected. All you need to do now, you don't have to change this right now, but I just would. So you just want to go ahead and click disable on this. So just click that, and that is pretty much it. Hit save. Okay, now you can go back to your online store, and you've got themes here. So you can choose a theme. You can try a different theme if you want, or you can upload the theme that I've given down here, and all you need to do is download the file, and it'll give it in a folder, and then you just upload the whole folder and you publish it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So it'll be the Jack Simple Tech theme. Once you've chosen that, you just want to go ahead and hit upload file. It might take a little bit. My internet's apparently running quite slow right now, but once that's uploaded, I'll show you guys how to publish it and put it to your store. Okay, there we go. So it says it's just added. Now what you want to do here is go actions, and I'll move myself up here real quick. Actions, and then go publish. It says, are you sure you want to export this? You just want to go ahead and hit publish there. And there we go. So you've got the general layout, which will help you guys out a lot. Now we're going to go ahead and customize, and I'll show you guys each step of this, and I'll relay it back to this store here. I'll show you guys what I would change in that. There's also a few things that I need to note that you might need to change in relation to this Afterpay stuff, because not all of you will most likely have Afterpay. Afterpay is just another option that I've got in this course if you guys want to go down that route, but you don't have to. So let's just say first things first, we want to change this header. So click header, and you could just do, say if you've got free shipping, I always like having a banner up the top. Say if you just want free shipping, you could just say free Aussie shipping on all orders. All orders, there we go. Then we hit save. Okay. So that's the first thing's changed. What you can do as well, which is really, really helpful, is you can actually look at the mobile version while you're here. And as you can see, it's super, so we've already got our product there, which has been automatically added to the featured collection, which is awesome. But what I want to be doing with this, and what you should be aiming to do as well, is having a few tabs like shipping info, track my order, and then just a tab that brings you straight to the product page, which is the one I was showing you before. And this is like I was saying, this is a site that I actually use. And like I said, I am building out more sites, but this is the same one that I sold the dental product on. I just changed it up a bit when I sold the fitness product. Like I changed a few things with it, but this is all we're doing here. So the things that you need to add in now, just take note at the start of this, you're going to have to change this. You're going to have to change this Jack Simple Tech here. Now for mine, I would say FitMaker Oz. That's just because you'd put the name of the store there. And you could just say, you don't have to say anything about, like, anything in relation to what I've said here. You don't have to say, hey, like in this instance, you say, hey, this is the Fitmaker Oz team. And then you could just say something along the lines of, we were sick of seeing online stores that sold low quality products with their 30-day shipping times. And then if you were Aussie, you could say, if you're an Aussie store, we could say, we're Aussies just like yourself, and we want to give you good quality tech with faster shipping times. Or you could say, instead of good quality tech, if you're selling fitness products, so in our instance, we'd say good quality fitness products with faster shipping times and at good prices. There we go. It says, and then we could just say, we hope you enjoy our stay with us. Now, you don't have to say anything like this. You could say something else that's more general, but I just have this homepage here because not as many people, like there will be some people that will view the site, but when you do your ads, they're going to be straight to the product page because that's where we're going to be directing them. Where this is just here if they want to browse the site and check out a bit about what the brand is about, basically. So you say Fitmaker Oz. There we go. And then the only things you need to add in are, like here I will put in the logo. Don't do what I did and put because I'll probably change this. I wouldn't put your face there. For some reason, I just named it Jack Simple Tech. I don't know. It's just anything I could come up with at the time, and it's too far down in the process of changing around the Facebook page, changing around the URL, changing around all that stuff. I just wanted to keep it as is, but I'll probably eventually get rid of this store and build up a better one with a different brand name because I would much prefer to have a brand rather than have it behind my name as well. Other reasons like personal detail reasons and stuff like that, basically privacy reasons, I wouldn't do this. So I would put the logo here. I would just basically add in your logo, and you can add in the logo here by selecting the image and putting it here, and it'll come up here. So we'll do that in a second. Next thing here, I'll just hit save on this for now. Next thing here, it says our fast and free Aussie shipping, and I've just got here, shipped from within Australia. Our products will take an average of 12 to 20 days to arrive at your door. That's all I've got. Again, you put the image there, and like I've got here, got the free delivery, PNG image, of course, the transparent one. And then down here, I've got just a banner, which is just a single image, and that's another trust badge one. And then down the bottom, we've got secure checkout as well as 30-day money-back guarantee. Check out what new tech is available, or in our instance, we could go right down here, and we could say, check out what new fitness products are available below. And that's it. And then you could also add in question, contact us. So you could say, if I can type properly, question, and then I can just copy and paste this basically. Contact us at, and then let's just say your email, which we'll do email when we talk, when we do the domain video. You can check out how to get the email for your site. Support at fitmakeroz.com. There we go, just so people can contact you if they need anything. And that is it for that page. Okay. So then as well, we just got the feature collection. Again, I don't know why the feature collection is like that on my main website. I still got to change that. But feature collection seems to be good on here. You've just got I would put a feature collection because what you want to do is always have them redirecting back to your product that you're selling. And that's basically it for the homepage. So as well, this will say copyright 2020 Fitmaker Oz or your brand site, and then it'll have powered by Shopify. I'll have another video on how to get rid of powered by Shopify as well. And then the other thing that we want to add in is these here. refund policy, privacy policy, terms of service, which we'll get to in a second as well. I'll show you guys how to add that in. So for the footer menu, what you want to do to have this here, where we've got refund, privacy policy, terms of service, you want to go to the footer here and you want to edit the menu. Okay, footer menu, so menu items. Now we don't need search, so we'll get rid of that in a second, but we want to name them, so refund policy, privacy policy, terms of service. So we've got refund policy, and you want to link that to your policies. So we've got, what's this one here? I've already forgotten, refund policy. So refund policy, add that in. Then we've also got, okay, privacy policy and terms of service. Just to make it easier, privacy policy, okay, privacy policy, add that in, do the same, terms of service, and this is just all your legal stuff. This is just to save yourselves in the long run. Policies, terms of service, there we go, add that in, and we'll delete this because we don't need the search menu item, and then you just go ahead and hit save. So once you go back, they're all down the bottom now, and that's all you need down the bottom. Now the next thing I need to show you how to add these in the shipping info. We'll also do track my order in another video, but also our product page here. So we'll add in, right now we'll add in shipping info and buy our resistance band fitness set. And now to add these in, you just want to go under online store, go ahead and go to navigation, go to your main menu. And now before you actually add in your shipping info, you're going to need a shipping info page. Otherwise you can't, you've got nothing to link the shipping info tab to. So you want to go to pages and you want to add a page in. And just make it shipping info. There we go. Now you can do one that's similar to mine. It's very straightforward. Shipping info. You can add that in if you like. I'll just copy and paste this in, and then I would just change this to FitMaker Oz. There we go, and that will be support at FitMaker Oz. Or you can do your main email if you don't have your own brand's email just yet. So all you want to do here is, I'll change this to fitness gear. Customer experience, yep. So all you want to do is just give the general overview of what your shipping is. Again, this will be different if you're shipping worldwide. If it's 12 to 20 days shipping worldwide, you just change that to worldwide. And that's pretty much it. So once you've finished that, you want to go ahead and click save. That's done. Go to navigation, go back to the main menu, delete catalog. There we go, add menu. So first one you want is shipping info. Link your page that you just made, shipping info, add that. Now, last one you want to add is buy our, and then you'll put your product there. For mine, it'll be buy our resistance band set or resistance band fitness set, whatever your product is. Make it nice and simple. You just want to say buy our, do a short version of what your product is. Just make it nice and appealing to the eye. And you want to go to your product and then choose the one that you've just edited, one that looks nice. Click add. Then you go ahead and click save, and we can double check this for now, see what it looks like. So there we go. So far we've got the general layout. Now we'll add some photos in here in a second as well. But we got home, shipping info, buy our resistance band set, and there we go. Now we still need to add in the trust badges. We've got the little secure checkout little statement here, featured collection, and we've got our refund privacy policy. So we're basically like halfway there on building your site. It's very simple stuff. And it helps if you've got the file to give you the layout. It cuts the learning curve quite a bit. Okay, so I've just added in I did a really basic logo. Now, if you don't know how to do a logo, I just made one for free on Canva, which is a free online editor, which you can really make stuff. They've got templates and everything. If you really don't know how to do that as well, just go ahead and hire someone to do it. You can pay someone like $50 to do a logo if you like, but I just make mine for free because the logo isn't everything in my opinion. It all comes down to, you know, your product quality and your advertising. That's why I've just made a free one here. That's all you really need. So I've done that. I got a little PNG image for free shipping. Now this looks terrible at the moment on desktop, but again, I just want to check the page, and then I also want to check it on mobile. So let's go ahead and see what it looks like on mobile. FitMaker Oz. Okay, cool. The spacing in that would probably try and close that off a bit, but apart from that, doesn't look too bad. I would probably change this again so it's all white if you can, but that's not the biggest deal. Other than that, everything looks pretty good. There we go. And then we've also got bio-resistance band as well. Change that, and that's the mobile version of the product. So you can go ahead and check the online version of this, the mobile version of this, sorry, as well. And it doesn't look too bad so far. So if you follow the same layout, just make it nice and simple. It's not super complicated. You don't need to make it super complicated. Now, last thing that I need to show you guys, very important when starting off. Now, if you've uploaded my file that I've given you for the theme, the thing that you need to get rid of, and I would suggest doing this as soon as you can, is get rid of this Afterpay. Now, just because this is here doesn't mean you have Afterpay on your store. The only reason that's there is because I've added in the code to say that Afterpay is available, but you won't have Afterpay available as a payment option until you become an actual an actual Afterpay merchant and integrate it into your store. So I'm going to teach you guys now how to get rid of that, because I would highly suggest you do so. So follow along with me now, and you'll just need to edit out a bit of code to take that out. Even if you are planning on being an Afterpay merchant, I would suggest taking it off first and then putting it back in later. You can follow the prompts on how to do that. But follow me and I'll show you guys how to get rid of it. It's going to be the only kind of little bit of coding that you're going to have to do in this, and very straightforward. I'll show you exactly what to do. And again, just so you guys know, if you are planning on being an Afterpay merchant, which you can check out the video first before you do so, but I would highly suggest to get rid of this Afterpay thing. The only reason it's in there is because I use Afterpay on my store, and it's just included in the when I exported the file for my store. It goes along, you know, with the theme. So this is how to get rid of it, and what we're getting rid of, just to reiterate to you guys what we're getting rid of here. We're getting rid of this little thing here where it says, or make 4 interest-free payments of such and such fortnightly with Afterpay. Because if you aren't an Afterpay merchant, people will see that and they'll go, oh cool, I want to use Afterpay. And if you're not a merchant, they'll go through to the checkout and they'll see that Afterpay isn't there. You might lose a sale. So that's why we're getting rid of it now. Basically, it's very simple to get rid of it in the code here. So all you want to do is go to your themes here, go to actions, edit code, and there's one snippet of code that we just need to delete, which is very easy. So go to your layout, go to where it says theme.liquid. Now this might seem a bit overwhelming to you at the start, but just follow along with me. It should look very similar. So when you're in theme.liquid, it will come up here. All you want to do, and I'll move myself up here just to make it easier. All you want to do is scroll right down to the bottom, where you'll see here it says body HTML. Then it says right here, begin Shopify Afterpay JavaScript. So this whole thing here, this whole bottom part, all you're doing is highlighting all of this straight from where it says begin here, all of that, delete. Then you go save, and asset save. So there we go. So now when we go back, it should have deleted it. So hopefully this works. So we'll go back, checking out our page, buy our resistance band set, and there we go. So there's no more Afterpay on there. It just has the price, and that is it. So really quickly as well, the next thing that you need to get rid of, which will help with conversion for your, in my opinion, it will help with conversion for your product. I've added this to the cart. So what you see here when you add this to the cart before you check out, it says taxes and shipping calculated at checkout. Now, you don't want your customers to look at this in their cart and go, hang on a second, they might be charging me more, taxing and taxes and shipping calculated at checkout. That means that there might be more. So to get rid of this altogether, this taxes and shipping calculated at checkout, all you do is go back here. We're going to get out of this. We don't need any more coding stuff. And you go back to your theme here, actions, and then you just go to edit languages. Once this is loaded, you just want to go ahead and go to cart. And then come right down here where it says taxes and shipping at checkout. You just want to get rid of taxes and shipping calculated at checkout, and then you go ahead and hit save. Now, if this worked correctly, it should have gotten rid of that. So we'll refresh this. And there we go. So now you've only got just your subtotal, and that's it. Okay, now I was going to show you guys how to get rid of the Powered by Shopify, but I've just noticed that because if you've imported the file from my store, the theme export, it would have already taken that into account. So if you scroll down the bottom, just double check, copyright 2020 FitMaker will have your brand name, and it shouldn't say Powered by Shopify. If it does, give it a quick Google. It takes like 30 seconds to get rid of it. Pretty much the last touches to your store. Like I said, the only other thing that we need to add in this top part here is the track by order, which we will do when we have a look at the apps that I'm using. But apart from that, this is looking pretty good so far. This is the majority of your website built. Like, the rest of it is going to come down to your ads, refining your ads, and the other apps that you use to sort of complete your website and your product page. So that's it for the store creation. And look, like I said, very, very simple stuff. It's basically what we need so far for our store creation. So this is how to buy a domain and connect it to your store. This is going to help with the legitimacy of your store. It's not going to have the fitmakeroz.myshopify.com, or just be fitmakeroz.com. So what you want to do is you just come to Google Domains. You just Google it if you want, and you go to get a new domain, and you can go fitmakeroz.com. So I would be doing this before creating your store name, just to double check, make sure that the store name is available. If not, let's just say you've made the store, you've made the brand and everything, and then did the URL, the domain around it. You could just maybe say fitmakerozstore.com, something around it, but I would probably do the URL before solidifying everything with your brand name first, just so you make sure that it's actually available. So we're going to go ahead and we're actually going to buy this domain just so we can set it up on the store, and I'll show you guys how to connect it. Okay, now all you want to do to connect your domain, very, very simple stuff. You just go connect existing domain, and then you put it in. So our domain here will be fitmakeroz.com. So fitmakeroz.com. Make sure I got that spelled right. Click next. Now it's picked up that it's a Google domain. So we just want to go ahead and click connect automatically. Now it might work at the start, it might not. It can be a little bit weird at the start. Just moving myself up here, it's doing something right now. It just says connect this domain to your store. You need to log into Google Domains. Once logged in, so I was logged in. Let's see what it says here. There we go. So it's not connected right now, but it does take a little while. Give it like half an hour, maybe an hour max, and it should be basically good to go. But that's pretty much it. Now what you want to do when it says connected, when it's green like this, you just want to go ahead and change primary domain and make it FitmakerOz. I would just do fitmakeroz.com. Don't worry about the www there. That's it. Go ahead and hit save once it's connected, and then once you change your primary domain, it'll be like this. It'll be like my other website here, and it'll just say, instead of saying the fitmakeroz.myshopify.com, it'll just have your website. And that's all there is to connecting your domain. These are the apps that I use for my store. I have some on here that you're not going to need. These are ones that I've either used previously, or I'm just keeping on there just in case. Things that I just still need on there, maybe for the future. But I'll show you the ones that generally you will need. So just keep in mind with these, when you download them, a lot of these are paid. So they'll give you a free trial, but they will add to your Shopify bill. So at the moment, with all the apps that I'm running, I think it's a little over 200 USD per month that I'm spending. Just so you guys know, make sure that you just check the price on them, and make sure that when you know, just make sure that you're factoring in the cost of these before you download them. So first thing first, the here price changer. Now, I don't necessarily need this anymore because I don't really do price changes that often, and you can just change the price in the products here. So in the product page here. So you don't really need that. Hourly reviews, I'm going to show how to use that in a separate video. By the way, I'm only going to be showing in this video how to set up the consistent abandoned cart, which I think is something that you definitely need. The rest of these, if there's any that I need to show, I'll show in a different video. Otherwise, the rest of them are pretty self-explanatory. So hourly reviews, like I said, we're going to be doing in a separate video. I'll show you guys how to add reviews to your product. And I'm going to show you guys how these affect my product page and basically what they do. So hourly reviews, I'll show you my product page. That just has the reviews down the bottom here. So that's all that does. Again, I will show you how to do that in a separate video. Now, cart shaker is this one here. So at the top, you've got the add to cart, and there we go. When someone goes over it, it shakes. So it might not seem like much, but it is a really cool feature to have. I think it has definitely improved my conversion rate since I've had it for months and months now. Ever since I've had my winter products, I've had that. I definitely think it's helped. So that's another one. eProlo, these two here, you don't like. eProlo is just another sort of version of Oberlo, or Oberlo. I don't know how people properly say that. I'm just going to call it Oberlo. So yeah, eProlo, this is just something I'm testing out at the moment. Don't really need that. Google Shopping, no, you don't really need that unless you want to start advertising on Google. That's not included in this course because I only do Facebook advertising, and I'm more experienced in that. Google Shopping is just something I'll probably do down the line, and if it's something that I learn, I'll probably put it in. But for now, no, you don't need Google Shopping. Hyperskew, obviously you need that because we're using Hyperskew and Oberlo. Now, order metrics. So order metrics is, I'm not really going to show you the setup because it shows you how to set it up when you use it. Now, this is another paid one, and that just shows you all the profit margin. So you basically set up your cost of goods, and you can actually connect your Facebook ad account, and that just shows you all your profit margins for each day, or you can do for each month or for each week or whatever time period you want. It'll show you all your expenses, and that is how I know each day if I'm profitable, how much I'm spending in ads, what my average order value is, just all that kind of good stuff. So I use this pretty much every day when I check on profit. So definitely recommend that. Quick announcement bar. This is this one here. This is free. So this is the green one up the top that stays there as you scroll down. And that blue one there is just part of the theme. But this one here, I thought I needed just to let everyone know about this COVID stuff. So definitely use that. There's the free trial. The free plan. And the free plan, you can do stuff like this on it. So definitely recommend that. Sales pop. That's these ones here that you can see when someone comes on the site. That little Shopify icon isn't there, but that just shows. So when you get a sale or an add to cart or something like that, you can set that up in the app. This is another paid one, and it will just pop up. As you can see here, yeah, it just pops up stuff like when people have purchased and added to cart and whatnot, whatever product they've done so with. So definitely recommend that. It's another paid one. Shopify email, that's just a regular. I don't really use this. That's just provided by Shopify. Now, Tractor, that is how to track your orders, your customers' orders. We'll do a separate video on that because that is how you get that. We're going to add this track my order page as well. If you haven't seen that video already, go and check it out because it's very, very helpful. It'll give you this, so people can put in their order number and their email, and they can actually track their order once it's got a tracking number on it. So that's pretty cool. Now, this scroll to the top, this also works on mobile. This just gives you a little option. I don't think it's going to give me the option here. We'll see if it does. if I start scrolling down, there we go. So on mobile, you can see it more, but you can just click this and it goes straight back up to the top. So there's a free version of that. I think it just helps because the icons are a lot bigger on the mobile screen. So it just helps with helping people navigate through the website a lot easier. Again, that one's free. And Zendrop, definitely would not recommend that. But yeah, without further ado, we're going to get straight into this consistent cart. And I'll show you guys really quickly how to set this up, because I think it's very, very helpful because it is email marketing. And basically what this does is it helps people who have abandoned their cart. It helps get some sales back. So it actually does help convert sales. So I'm going to show you guys how to set that up right now. Here we go. So it shows you the recovered sales in AUD, the emails collected. But what we want to look at is campaigns. So we want to do cart recovery. And this will basically gives you a template. So we'll do email. So user abandoned cart, delay 2 hours after cart abandoned. So all we're doing here is, and I'll move myself over this side. All we're doing here is giving automatic emails to the customer to entice them to come back and buy the product and not just leave it sitting in their cart. So first email, you can click into this, and I've just said here, okay, hey, you left something behind. Okay, what do we got here? So we click edit. I'll show you guys what we've got here. This is actually a little bit different to what it used to be. They've changed it around a lot. So you can say, hey, you left something behind. That's all I've said here. Hey, ... from support at such and such. It'll put your email in there. You can choose when. I've done 3 different emails here. So the first one's 2 hours after. And then it says you left something in your cart. Still want it? Come get it before it's gone. And it just has here order item with pics, and that just automatically shows them the item, and then the call to action button, which is obviously the buy now. Second email, I've just said, we'll go back to edit. This is a day after. I said, hey, come back please. So there's still time for you and your cart, smiley face. Still want it? Come and get it please. Just something that I put in there. Obviously it works, so take note. So you can put that in there. And then I've also got one more, which is 96 hours after cart abandoned. And I said, okay, fine, here's 10% off. So I said we don't usually get desperate, but come get your item. It's all lonely in the cart. All right, here, we'll even give you an extra 10% off. Use this code at the checkout. So that's all you need to do for that. And then you just activate it, and it'll happen automatically when someone abandons their cart. So all we need to remember is, okay, we need to actually set up this promotion. So give me 10. So you can copy this word by word if you like. You can do your own if you like. You can so many things you can set up on this, but I only use this for the email marketing. Haven't really got into SMS marketing. Maybe I will down the line, but what we're going to focus on first is doing this 10% off. So we're going to make sure that if someone uses this, they'll actually get 10% off. So how do we do that? So we're going to go back and drag myself over here. I'm going to go ahead and go to discounts on your store. Move myself up here again. There we go. So I've already got the give me 10 here, but let's just say if you wanted to create a new discount, you just go ahead and go create discount here. Discount code. So we want it to have give me 10 or whatever yours is. Make sure you just got a code there that they can use. And then what did I say here? I said 10%. So percentage. So we want to do 10%, and then off specific products. So you can either do your entire order if you want specific products. You want to go ahead and just browse for your product that you want. Now ours was this one here, I think was our current one. Add that, whatever your product is. Minimum requirements, no minimum requirements, everyone. And then you can limit this, so you can say limit to 1 use per customer, or limit number of times discount. No, so we'll just do limit to 1 use per customer. Start date, you just do your current date, and then that's it. You save discount code, And that is all there is to that. So now when people use a discount code at checkout, they will get 10% off that, and it will actually work. So that's it. You go ahead and click save, and that is all there is to that. So again, like I was saying, I'm not going to save this, but we'll go back to the apps. Yes, we'll leave this page. And you will actually see in other videos, we're going to do a couple of other things of these. So what has their own videos, we're also going to be doing Ali reviews, show you guys how to get reviews, and then I'm going to be showing you guys how to get this tracking stuff set up so your customers can start tracking, and you'll have your own dedicated tracking page. But these are the apps that I recommend you use when you're first getting started. We're in Ali reviews, and I'm going to show you guys how to import some reviews and make it look nice. So I'll show you guys, for instance, just before I do so, what it looks like. It's a band fitness set. So it looks like this. It's got the reviews up the top here, and it also has the pictures down the bottom with your reviews. Now, there's ways you can actually get it to be all Aussie here, have different names, and you can actually type in what you want here as well. So you can essentially, you're using people's reviews, but you're kind of adding in your own thing, making it look a bit more believable, because I'll show you guys what I mean in a second. So let's just say we want to add in reviews to this listing here, the one that has 0. What you need to do is click on import reviews, and it'll say AliExpress, import reviews from AliExpress with product links. So you can actually import them straight from the AliExpress link. So it already has one there because I had already imported one, but let's just say we're on AliExpress, we look at the resistance band set, we go and filter through orders, and we want to use this one here because we've got so many sold, and we can actually see how many reviews it's got. Okay, we've got 1,030 reviews that we can use. Cool. So we don't really want 1,030 reviews because that'll be quite a lot to work through. That's why I usually do anywhere from like 40 to 60 or 40 to 70 or something. So, but we want to copy this link, and we want to go back to Ali Reviews. Cool. We want to paste in that link. Now it says use default filter settings. It might not say this for you when you're first using it, but we want to click on that. Now we want to import anywhere from, okay, let's just say we do 50. Well, let's say we go on the low side, 40 to 60 reviews. So it'll import anywhere from around 40 to 60 reviews. We'll do 4 stars and up. And then we just want to make sure, okay, it's fine that it's from all countries. You want to make sure that you got reviews with photos, reviews without photos, reviews with content, reviews without content, just so you got a variety. And then try and translate them to English. So after that, we want to go ahead and import reviews. Now it might take a little bit. We're not importing too many, so it shouldn't take too long. There we go. And we can check now. Cool. So this is what you can do. Now this is the good part. So you've got reviews with photos, and it has names. And as you can see here, I've got the first name, and then I've just got their last name with a dot. Now I've done that myself, just so you guys know. So what you can do here is you can actually edit these. So you can have a look at them. So let's just say we wanted to change this. Okay, cool. I just like having the first name and then the last name with a dot, just because it's like the website is saving people's like it's not giving out personal info basically. So that's why I like that. So you can actually change the name, and you can actually say Australia, and then he just says spectacular. You look at the photo. So we click save, and then we'll just look at the photo. And okay, sweet, that's a good photo. So we look at these photos as well on the second one. Okay, we don't really want the packaging there. We don't really want that bag there because, you know, if you're not selling that bag, you don't want something in there that you're not going to be selling. Your bag might be different. Okay, cool. So we've only got that photo there, and again, do that. And we say Australia. Cool, you can change the date as well if you want. But then you just go ahead and hit save, and then that'll go again. So if you get, sometimes you get some weird Russian names like this. If you get that, just change it to something like change it to something believable like Tim B or something. There we go, Australia. And you might get some of them say, okay, so this, it's not the best English. You say, brought quickly, straight home in hands. Quality is normal. There is a smell, but I think it will pass. You can just change that if you want. You can say, okay, you just say, shipping time was great. Quality is normal. There is a smell, but I think it will pass. I don't know. You could leave that because that's somewhat believable. So save that. Sometimes it takes a little bit to load as well. But this is pretty much, I guess, the most tedious part of it is going through, making sure the photos look good, making sure you've got in there what you want. Make sure that as well when you import the product that it's the same product that you're selling. If you're selling the same fitness band but it doesn't have the Ugle bag on it, at least take out the photos with the Ugle bag on it and take out stuff like this where they've got people's addresses and stuff like that on the packaging. Just leave the photos like this. That's fine because it's just got the product. It's got what you've got in the bag, and that's it. So this is pretty much the most tedious part of this because you want to go through and I'm putting it in Australia because I'm selling in Australia. You can just do this if you want. If you're selling in the US, edit that and just go to United States. You could do that if you wanted, and then that's it. It'll be in the US. You could do that. So after that. What you want to do is click on these, action, and then click publish. And they will actually publish to that product and they'll come up looking like this. And that's basically all you do. That's how you get your reviews on there. But like I said, the most tedious part is just changing them around because if you're selling in one country, you'll obviously want all of the reviews for one country. If you're selling in multiple countries, make the reviews for those countries that you're selling in, obviously. So as well, what you want to do is you want to make some 4 stars, maybe some even 3 stars. Don't just have them all 5 stars. You got to make it somewhat believable. And just do what I've done here. So I just said, so good for home workouts. I don't have any weights to use, so these do the trick. I said, great for quarantine, not bad. Have a variety of different stuff. Sometimes you don't need to change what they say, but just make it believable. That's the main thing. So at least, you need reviews because it'll give a lot of social proof. But that is how to import AliExpress reviews to your product. Okay, so this is how to get the order tracking page on your website. So once you've installed Tractor, it's going to ask you to choose a plan. Just start off with because you get a free trial, so you do have to pay for this, but start off with the $5.99. The only reason, now I'm currently on the $14.99 on my other store, but that was because I had over 250 orders a month. So once you get over 250 orders a month, you have to move up. And I think it's up to 500 orders a month that you need to go up to this. But for now, you don't have to worry about that. Go for the basic. And once you log into here, it will give you, start free trial. Gives you a 14-day free trial. Cool, so you want to add in your email address. I'm just going to put in one of my old ones here. There we go. Okay, so it says using services like Oberlo, Shopify, DSs requires advanced settings enabled in order to display tracking results. Enable if you are using dropshipping services on your store. So yes, we are. Click next. Okay, cool. So it says we recommend watching Get Started videos so customers will be able to get order status. So this is how to actually do it. So we'll go ahead and watch this and we'll follow along. I don't really want to listen to it. Okay, cool. So we go to the online store, go to navigation, go to the main menu. So we're going to open this in a new tab so we don't get out of this. Go to navigation. Cool. Now he's saying here, so you go to the main menu and then what we want to do is we add in a menu item. And I'm guessing it's the order tracking page. Track orders. Yep. Cool. So then from there, he actually types in something. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go here, main menu. You follow along with me if you like. And I just named this page Track My Order. link. Now he's got here link /apps/tractor. So /apps/tractor. See if he puts anything else in there. He's got another /. Yep, and that's it. Cool. There we go. Now I think he clicked, yep, cool. So, and then you just double check that that's all he's done before we hit add. And that's it. Awesome. So we add that. And I will move this up before, because I want buyer resistance bands right on the end. And that's it. We go ahead and hit save. And I think that's all he's done. Yep, that's it. So I'm going to demo this for you guys just to double check. So we've got home, shipping info, track my order. So we want to double check and make sure that that's correct. Track my order. There we go. Okay, it's not meant to be so far over. I'll see. That might fix itself a bit later on. But at least it's there on the page. Now, I'll show you guys the other site just for what it's meant to look like. So it's meant to look like that. Either way, it should look better on the mobile version. Like I said, it is meant to look like this. Now, I think the other reason why it says powered by Tractor here is because it's on the basic plan. With mine, I'm not on the basic plan, so I don't think it has that sort of watermark brand there. It's just got your own track there. So just take note of that as well. But that is how to add your shipping tracker to your main website. So basically from there, what you can do as well, just so you guys know, is you can actually go to the app and you can actually check your orders. Now, it won't show any orders on this website, but you can actually go through here, and when you get an order, you can actually track the orders through here. So it'll actually sync your orders that you get on the site, and you've got some other cool stuff as well. You can actually, so you need to upgrade to professional for this, which is the one that I'm on, but you can actually edit your tracking page to show different things. Like it'll have different images to show how it will track your order and all that kind of good stuff. So that's pretty much it. That's all there is to it. Maybe try out the professional plan if you want to get more involved with it, but if you don't want to spend that amount of money, just stay on the basic plan. That's all you need to know. Pretty much, you're at the end of your setup now. The last thing you want to do very, very quickly is just do a test order for your store, just to make sure everything works. So the way to get to test order is you go to settings and you want to go to payments. Once this loads, you go to the Shopify payments here and you hit manage. You scroll all the way down to the bottom of this page and go enable test mode. And it says when test mode is on, all Shopify payment transactions are simulated. Cool. So we hit save. Now, okay, phone number can't be blank, so we're just going to add that in. Okay, so the test mode is on. Now, the way to do this is very, very simple. Because it's in test mode, it's not going to take any payment. So you can actually go to your page, go to add to cart, or buy it now. It's got 2 here, we'll just leave 2. And then you just hit checkout because everything you do is simulated, just like it said. So it's not actually going to take any payments, and you just put in your info here, you go continue to shipping. Make sure that your shipping looks correct as well. So you're just simulating your checkout. I'm not going to fill out all this because it's pretty self-explanatory. I think you guys have shopped online before. And if it goes through, that means that it works. So continue through, put in the payment method, put in everything. Everything will be simulated, and you should be good to go. So just remember, after you do the simulation of your purchase, turn off test mode, because there have been a lot of people that haven't turned off test mode and they've been getting sales, but they've having problems with their payments because they haven't turned it off. So after you test it out, just turn off test mode. Your store will be good to go. So I'm going to show you how to fulfill orders both in Oberlo and in Hyperskew. Very, very simple to do, because once you've got everything set up, it will sync up to your store, and then
once you have an order, you can just go through and order the product because it's already linked to your supplier. Very, very easy to do. So I'll quickly show you in Oberlo how to do it. You literally just come to Oberlo. So to get to these, you can either go straight to the Oberlo store in your URL tab here, or you can just go to your apps, go to Oberlo and I'll hyperskew here. And once you're there, you want to go to orders, and it will have your orders here. It will say, okay, to order, your order's been paid for, but it's unfulfilled. And then you just go ahead and click order product. That will bring you to the AliExpress page. And then what it should do is automatically go straight through to the buy page. And basically what would happen, so we're going to get rid of this actually. I don't know why this one's here, so get rid of that. Cool. So let's just say we want to do this one. And usually what will happen is it will actually come up as just this product, and you may have to sign in as well. There we go. Now I've signed in, I'm placing myself down here, and I've had to block this out, but it automatically fills in your customer details. You can just double check them with the order, make sure that they're right, but it automatically fills that with their name, their number, their address. And then the next thing you want to do is just add in your payment method down here. Again, I have to block this out because it's got my payment method in there. And then that's it. You go ahead and place order, ready to go. So just be wary, like I was saying before, if you're watching this during the COVID stuff, the processing time has gone from, usually it was like 2 to 3 days, has gone from probably about 5 to 7 days. So don't stress if you haven't seen, and it's the same with hyperskew with a lot of products. Don't stress if your order isn't fulfilled straight away. It might take up to 5 to 7 days. So you can ask your supplier as well. But this is how to push a product through Oberlo. Very similar process through Hyperskew. All you're doing with Hyperskew is, what I like to do is use your account's wallet. So let's say if I want to pay for this top order here, you just want to click it, or you can click multiple, because you can actually pay for multiple through this. You can do the same with Oberlo, but I think you need to pay for a different version of your account, and then you can do bulk orders. But let's just say we wanted to fulfill one. So on the right hand side here, you've got pay now, because it says pending payment, and you can actually go and filter through your pending payment orders here. Let's go pay now, and then okay, cool. So we've got one order here. Delivery day. So usually, this is what's good about Hyperskew. Usually, it is it's 6 to 8 days delivery, but now the processing time is 5 to 7 days, and then the delivery time is, for this product, the fitness bands, because it's so popular, it is taking up to around 2 to 3 weeks. I'm just letting customers know beforehand, before they get into it now, that that's how long it's going to take. But that's all you do. You just choose your payment method here, and you buy it. So, like I said, I do all of these. I usually order every day or two, and I do like a day or two's worth of orders. So I use the Hyperskew wallet. If you're doing one by one like this, or if you're only just getting started, it's fine to just pay by this page here. But the Hyperskew wallet, usually what happens is you will choose your bulk amount of orders. It will come up on the next page, and then it'll tell you how much it is. And just to let you know, it is in USD, but I've set my store to AUD, so it will convert to AUD as well. But apart from that, yeah, you just top up your wallet, you pay for it, you pay to top up your wallet, and then you use your wallet to pay. So very, very simple stuff. And then just make sure as well that you've got your right shipping method down. I use the Hyperskew economy shipping because that is the quickest shipping. That isn't priced at like $40. It's decent shipping. If it wasn't during the COVID stuff, it would be a lot quicker. But we're just dealing with it as it comes for now. But that's it. That is how you fulfill orders through Oberlo and Hyperskew. Very, very easy stuff.
Okay, so these are just some points that I really need to go over with you guys before you decide whether you want to become an Afterpay merchant or not. So, you just have to remember, and I'll show you guys on this video, on the next video, how to go through and where to go to fill out the form. But before you do that, you need to remember that when you become an Afterpay merchant, there's some details that are needed to be on your account. One of them is your website, which I recommend that you redirect back to your dropshipping site. There's an email, which I recommend you do as a business email or your store email. There's a name and a phone number. So with the name, so I've made a few mistakes with this already. With the name and the phone number, I would try and get your business name on the Afterpay on the merchant account instead of your own name, because I had it as my own name. I had a different email. I had my Ecom Excellence website instead of the dropshipping site, and then I had my own mobile number. So I was getting stuff like calls from randoms. I was getting people say, hey, your website directs to some FBA course, and it was just a mess at the start because I didn't know what I was doing. I just signed up for it and away I went. So now I'm slowly starting to learn. I got in contact with support, and I got some of the details changed. Still need to fix the number on it because I need an actual business number on there. So that's something to note as well. Just be careful of the details that you put on your account, because when people use Afterpay and they use their account, and if you guys aren't sure what Afterpay is, by the way, it's just a buy now, pay later system. So go and check out Afterpay. Good method that people can use to buy stuff on your site, especially if it's like it's a little payment method, like $60-$70. They're only paying like $10 to $15 a week for it, because they pay it off over 4 weeks, I think, and away you go. But there's points that I need to make from experience when becoming an Afterpay merchant. So just have a look at it and just see if that's something that you want to get into. You don't have to. I've had people paying the $60 to $70 through PayPal, just through their credit card. You don't need Afterpay, but it is a good way to push sales to your store. But that's just something to think about before you do so.
Now, whether you've decided you want to be an Afterpay merchant or not, there's ups and downs to it, like I was saying. So I'm going to show you, just for an instance, if you do choose to go for it. It is a bit of a process in getting signed up, because there's just paperwork to do, and it's not as easy as just going out, making an account, and then away you go. So basically, obviously with Afterpay, you need to. I'll show you the form that you need to fill out. I won't show you the forms that they send you afterwards. Basically, what happens is you just come into Google here, type in Afterpay merchant, you go to merchant inquiry, and then it says tell us a bit about your business. So basically, what's going to happen is you fill this out and you submit the form. So if Afterpay, now it's pretty easy. When I signed up for Afterpay, my store really wasn't doing too much before I had that first good product. So they're pretty lenient most of the time. Basically what you do is you fill this out, and then they'll send you an email. Now they might ask for more details, but if they don't need any more details after you fill this out, they will give you a contract to sort of fill out. They'll give you a couple of pages to sign. They might ask you for some more details on that contract, like maybe an ABN or just a couple of other things. So you will most likely need an ABN for this. Apart from that, the process probably takes around, I would say, if you're quick about it, maybe around a week. I was a bit slow, so it took 2 weeks. I was just, when I was doing it, I was slow to get the forms filled out. I was slow to send them off. Apart from that, it doesn't take too long. Now, after you fill out the forms and get the contract all ready and everything, because basically you're going into agreement with them that, okay, you can use their service, and it's just like really using any other, I guess, pay-as-you-go service. But just make sure you read through it and you agree with what they say with everything. And then if you're happy, they'll say, sweet, okay, cool. You're going to need your merchant ID, because the way to actually add it as a payment method is, I'll show you right now. You just go through to your settings and you go to, I think my head's in the way. Where are we? Payments, sorry, on the left here. You go to payments, you want to go to alternative payment methods, and then it will be in Afterpay. So basically what's going to happen here is And you need to be careful as well, because I'm not sure on the availability of Afterpay in the US. I know that it's available for Aussie, so I know it can be used in an Aussie store. So just be careful as well. If you're looking to sell in other places, it may be a bit trickier as well if you're not just selling in Australia, because even with their customer support page, it's more so that I think they do have Afterpay International, but it's more so for Aussies. So I think Afterpay might be an Aussie-based store. I could be wrong, but this is just going by experience. So account information, when you fill out your form and whatnot, once you've been approved, you'll get your merchant ID and your secret key, and then they will send you a form on how to connect it to your store, and where to put in. You need to put in a bit of code, and if you hadn't seen before in the earlier videos, that was the bit of code that we got rid of. But there is a way to basically just to put that back in. You can just copy the code. They give you that piece of code. They tell you exactly where to put it. If you get stuck, just YouTube it, and it's very easy to integrate. So once you've got all that, you can set it up, and then you can actually start taking payments. But you won't be able to take any Afterpay payments until you have your merchant ID and your secret key. And that whole process, if you're quick about it, should take around a week, maybe a little bit longer. And that's about it. And then you'll be able to log in. Basically you'll have an account. Now you'll be able to log in and go to your merchant. I'll show you my Afterpay merchant as well, but I've had a lot of payments through here, and no, this isn't all profit. This, obviously you got to factor in cost of goods and advertisement costs, but as you can see, with a price point, with products of a price point around $60-$70, it really helps. You can see these are pretty much daily payments that you get when your sales start rolling in, and this is all the way back to when I was using it for my dental product as well. What we got here? There we go. So yeah, it was getting up to the point where it was almost like $1,000 per day, but it really helped push the sales. So just think about that if you are looking to be an Afterpay merchant. But also, just like I was saying before, just remember that, okay, if you don't have, if you want to use your mobile number for your business, just remember that you will most likely be getting calls from people if you have problems with your orders, because when people order through Afterpay, they will go directly to their Afterpay account and see what's there. So if you have your business email, they'll go to your business email. If you have your website, they'll go straight to your website. So try and redirect them back to your normal site, and just be careful what phone number you put in. If you have like another phone number, like a home phone number you can use, you can do that. But you will most likely get calls if you haven't set up any kind of like customer service thing for your calls, which I don't necessarily do, because I don't get too many calls from people. But once you start scaling up your orders, you just got to remember that you might be getting calls because it's on your Afterpay merchant account. So apart from that, just think about that before you're signing up to Afterpay. But other than that, there's a great alternative payment method for your store.
This is going to be a quick bit of advice before you launch your Facebook ads. Just something to note before you do so. You should be expecting to lose some money, especially on your first lot of ads, especially on your first, maybe even your first few products that you try and launch. Like when you're a beginner, especially, because a little backstory of mine, when I was first testing out products, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't go straight to purchase ads. I was just all over the place with my ads, still learning. And this was probably like a year and a half ago now. I had sold a product that I think it was like an angle ruler. It was this really weird multi-angle ruler tool. Anyway, I found it on Facebook and on YouTube, and I wanted to test out the product. And I was getting okay sales. Like at the time, it was good for me. I was getting maybe $200 to $250 revenue a week, and I thought this was really cool. Didn't factor in cost of goods. Didn't factor in cost of advertising. For the month, I think I ended up on about, I think it was around 1,000 in revenue, and I was like, hey, this is cool. Okay, sweet. Take out at least a quarter to a half of that from cost of goods, and then I got whacked with $1,000 advertising bill, and I thought, okay, I'm like $500 or so in the hole now, and it was a big learning curve for me. I was like, yeah, 500 to 1,000 that I'd lost on that, and it was a big learning curve. So just before you launch your ads, even if you're doing, okay, $100 a day in ad spend, just be prepared to lose some money, especially at the start, because you need to go through that learning curve of seeing what works in your ad creative, seeing what works, what's going to get conversions for your product, what you can change on your website to get more conversions, what's more appealing to your customer, and then you generally get the sense of what you need to push and what you need to look at for sales. So be prepared to lose some money at the start. It's just bound to happen. At least have a couple of hundred or $200 to $300 there to at least play around with your ads. You've got to be prepared to lose that. At least in some instances it could just be profitable automatically, but majority of the time there is some learning curve to go through.
Okay, now before we start making any ads or ad accounts for that matter, we need to make a business Facebook page. So basically, it's very easy to get there. If you don't know how to get there, give it a quick Google, or you just go onto your Facebook, go onto the left-hand column, and you'll have your pages there. You click on pages, and then there'll be another option on that page that says create page. It'll bring you to this page here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on business or brand, because we will be creating a business page. So page name. Ours will be FitMaker Oz. So you want to put in your page name, category, add a category to describe your page. Let's just say we can do e-commerce website. There we go. They actually never used to have that. They never used to have e-commerce websites, so I'm glad that they've got that now. I used to have to click retail, so that's good. They're adapting, which is good. So we want to go ahead and hit continue after that. Then I'll begin to the next page. So I would do both a profile picture and a banner. Now, I've used, if you haven't seen already, I used Canva to do the logo. I'll whip up a quick banner as well, and I'll put that in there right now. Before we actually get into creating your ad and just getting into the nitty gritty of it and showing you actually how to do it, I'm going to show you guys the two main kinds of ad creators that you can do. And now this is usually a video or a photo. Now, I'm going to show you guys here, I don't run this campaign anymore. This was for my teeth cleaner that I sold. I'm going to show you guys the two possible sort of ad creators that you can do. I'll show you the one that has worked for me. Now, I'm going to be as transparent as I can with this. This is my actual ad sets that I use on the actual ad account that I used, and I'm going to show you guys basically what I've had over those few months that I did sell this product. So as you can see here, these are the I'll bring the results. I'll bring those to the top. I'll bring these to the top and see if that works. So there we go. I've filtered it down. So these are the actual, these are my actual ad sets, and it just shows the purchases. So all up, we had 385 purchases for these ad sets. Now, just so you guys know, I wasn't running all of these at the same time. What I started off with was a few, and I'll show you guys what I did in the scaling videos for the ads and my strategy for scaling, what I would do. And you work your way up to this. So I didn't start with all of these here. I started off with about 5 of them, I think maybe 6. And then I ended up, like what I'll talk about in the videos, ended up getting rid of some, ended up duplicating some, bringing up the budget for some. So these here, as you can see, some of these budgets here kept at, $30 a day, $20 a day. And these ones here, instead of upping the budget, usually what I did with these ones was just duplicate them, and just have 2 of the same instead of upping the budget twice, or just upping the budget in general. I would just duplicate them. Anyway, that's besides the point in this video. This is just to show you guys some of the stats for this, and I'll show you the actual ad that I had on this, because I was basically only running a photo ad for this, and I'm doing the exact same thing for my fitness product as well. So for me, photos have worked quite well. Now, I know that videos have worked extremely well for some other sellers as well, some other dropshippers. So I would test both. For me, I like the idea of a photo because it just stays there. It doesn't take up much of people's time. It's just a still photo that people can look at. But again, you can show a lot more of a product, especially, it depends on what kind of product as well. A video can really help with that. So before I do that, I'm just going to show you guys some of the stats. So 385 purchases, impressions, we had over 1 million impressions, which is quite good. Almost 500,000 people reached. Now, ad spend, we had almost 10.5 grand. This is in AUD, not USD. Had almost 10.5 grand spent. So total 385. So we had total conversion of 22.6%. 0.3k. So that's not profit, obviously. So we've got the ad spend, and then you would have had to take out I couldn't tell you exactly what it would be all up for the cost of the product, but I can tell you definitely that it was profitable. This product here was getting to a point where I was at about $1,500 in profit a week. So that was at its peak, and it was doing quite well. If you guys don't know, the reason why I stopped this product was because I didn't, at the end of it, I didn't really feel good about selling this product. I knew that I could sell a better product, and also just looking at it from the legal side of things, because it's a dental product, you have to be careful with this kind of thing, especially because it's a product that would clean plaque off your teeth. That's, I know I'm dabbling on about this product, but that was the reason why I stopped selling it, just for, I guess, I knew I could sell a better product, and just for health and safety kind of reasons as well. Didn't really want to get in any strife. Just if there was a possibility that something happened to someone's teeth or their gums or something like that from using the product, just wanted to be on the safe side for that as well. So that's why I stopped. But overall, this was a good first. I would call this, for me, a winner product anyway, because the conversion was good and it was profitable, and it taught me a lot. So we're going to go through, and let's just go and have a look at this one, and I'll show you guys the actual ad. So I moved myself over this side. This is all the ad was. Now, I changed this because I was trying to sell this product afterwards, which I didn't end up selling as much of. This is like an ultrasonic toothbrush, because I thought it might have been a bit safer. But I was just testing this product out. I had a few sales. I think maybe I got up to about 10 a week in this, but this was the product that you saw those numbers with. So this is all it was. I got a bare photo that I found, a high quality image of the product being held. It was on the pink background, and I just followed the theme. I had my logo on the bottom. Now I just said, don't hide those pearly whites. I did this on a free edit. I didn't do it on Canva. I did it on I think another free online editing tool called Be Funky, I think it was. The font wasn't anything great, and I just had some pink background stuff on it, and that's all it was. And then I just put the now with Afterpay there, and I just put a little emoji. I think these work really well. We'll get into more detail with this when we start talking about how to actually do the ad creatives. But this was my version of it, and this is what worked well. I think personally that you should be changing your ad creatives every now and then. At least you should be doing it every month or two at least. I wouldn't, because ads do tend to age. But I won't get into too much detail of that. But this is what worked for me, and all I did was put emojis here, and I said remove teeth plaque and tartare. I think that's how you say it effectively. And then I've got the little Aussie flag here. Said fast and free Aussie shipping. And then down here, all I had was just get yours here, and I had two little arrows pointing to the link, which I'll show you guys how to do when we do the ad creative stuff. So then I've got down here as well just the website. Now this used to say ultrasonic teeth cleaner, not ultrasonic smart toothbrush. That was the only difference. I still had customer rated 5 stars, and I just had the shop now, and then people clicked on it and it brought you straight to the product page. So that was all that was, and I will show you guys the targeting as well. We'll go into detail with this when we do the ad creative, but all I was targeting, I did an automatic purchase ad. So automatic, it's just automatic placement. So you can the ad will place it wherever wherever it chooses to, wherever it thinks is the best. So that could be Facebook stories, that could be Instagram stories, Instagram feeds, Facebook feeds, whatever. And then I was just targeting these guys. Now I was targeting these interests, and it was one interest for each ad set. So dental plaque, teeth cleaning, orthodontics, permanent teeth as well. Now, can we scroll down here? There we go. What else? There was white teeth as well. And I think with this product, what ended up happening was I found out that as we started to optimize the ads, I found out that more females actually started buying this product. So I was starting to target more females. And that was when I started sort of refining my ads, and it started getting more and more profitable as well. So that's all there was to it with that. Like I said, we're going to go more in depth with this stuff when I'll show you how to actually create an ad. Now, if you don't want to do a photo, you can do a video. So what you can do here is you can just look for the product. I try and look on either Vimeo, I think it's Vimeo or Facebook. And let's just say we're trying to sell this product here, this teeth cleaner here. Try and find something relatively good looking. Sometimes it can be hard to find. Ultimately, if you can create your own, if you've got the product yourself, that'll be even better. But finding something like this, you just have to create your own. Look, it's sort of like it's difficult to tell you how to create a video ad, I guess, because it depends on what your product is. It depends on who you're aiming at, depends on what style of video you want to do. But really all you need to worry about is I would keep a video ad probably down to about 30 seconds in my opinion, because you don't want something that's too long. Even if it's 15 seconds, that's great, because people's attention spans are quite short. That's also why I like the idea of a photo on my ads, but test out both. I would go ahead, try and find your product. Now, you will have to most likely edit the video. If you have a video editing software, you can do that. You can either do a free video editing software online, or you can give it to someone to edit. And you just got to make sure that you've got your brand name or logo somewhere on the video maybe. If you have some text on it as well, that would be great as well. So I'm just seeing if this one has it. I don't think they do. So if you were to edit this video, I would just get rid of this down the bottom here. If you can, just visit commonly.com, because you don't want people to go to that site. You want people to go to your site. They're the two ad creators that I'll be focusing on when looking to create your ad for your product. Okay, now we are on to creating your ad. Now, before we do this, what we're going to be creating the ad for is the product that I've been showing you on my new site here, and it's the same product that I had been selling before, but we're going to be doing it from scratch and showing you how I would do it personally and how you can apply that to your own product. So I'm actually going to show you again. These are some of the stats from the ad sets that I had for the fitness product, for the resistance band set. So the most purchases that I had, let's have a look. We'll actually go to results here, bring it up to the top. There we go. So 71 purchases, and then these ones got 48, 40, 25. And this was, just so you guys know, this was like around a month and a bit. I think probably around 5 weeks. So 4 to 5 weeks this was around, which was quite good. So let's see here. We've got just over $5.5 spent. This is an AUD again. So over $5.5 spent on ads, and then now we've got the total of almost 14K in sales. So that's a good return on investment. That's a good conversion rate for ads. That's better than the dental product that we were looking at before. So that's just to show you some stats. Again, this was a photo ad, so I'll show you guys exactly what the ad was. So we're going to go ahead and go to edit here and show you guys exactly how I did it as well. So I'll move myself over here for a second. There we go. And this was all it was. And I'll show you guys where I made this. Very, very easy to do. And it's the same thing as pretty much the same layout as I had for the dental cleaner. For the teeth cleaner. I said, don't get lazy being stuck inside, fast and free Aussie shipping. And then I had the little bit.ly URL, which we'll do in a second as well. Single image, and that is it. Now, another thing to note, which I'm going to show you guys how to do in this video, is how to target, how to have different ad sets. And if you guys haven't seen, go and check out the ad set sort of scaling strategy that I have. Check out that video there, and it'll show you guys why I'll be creating the number of ad sets that I am, and basically why we're going through with this method. So first and foremost, what we're going to need is an actual ad. We're going to need an actual ad creative. So if you haven't seen in the last video that I was talking about with the ad creatives, you can do a video as well. It's pretty much the same thing as this, except you'll be adding a video. So single image or video, you'll be uploading a video instead. But for this instance, I'm going to be doing a photo because I'm showing you what has worked for me. I think it'll be better to do that since I have more experience with converting with photos. But again, like I was saying, videos can work as well. So we're going to go ahead and create our first ad. So I'm on my new account. Make sure that you're not on your personal account. So you can just click this down arrow and make sure you're on your business Facebook account. You don't want to be on your personal ad account because that will just stuff things up. It'll kind of ruin your pixel as well because you'll be making ads for a different pixel. So just make sure that you're always on this, your right ad account. So we're going to go ahead and it'll be in campaigns. Now the way to get here is you just click on this top left ads manager here and you make sure you're in ads manager, and we want to go ahead and create an ad. What I do now, what I've learned, I used to start off with engagement ads and then or maybe sometimes traffic and then engagement ads, and slowly work my way up to conversion ads. Best thing that I've found that it's worked for me, even with a brand new Facebook pixel, brand new ads, is go straight to conversion ads. Because what we want to do is try and optimize for purchases, or at least add to carts right off the bat. So campaign name, we can just say we make this, name this fitness band conversions, or you could say fitness band purchase. There we go. Now to say set up ad account down here if you haven't done so already. There we go. I'm going to move myself up here. Okay, so make sure that you keep the currency in AUD unless you don't want to do that. But I would be keeping it in AUD if you're living in Australia, definitely. And make the country Australian, make the time zone your time zone. Go ahead and click continue. Now on the next page, this is where you're going to need to create your Facebook pixel. And basically what a Facebook pixel is, it's a tool that helps track all your data, and you're going to need to integrate this with your Shopify store. Very, very easy to do. So I'll show you guys how to do that now. So you're going to need a Facebook pixel because basically it tracks everything that happens through your Facebook and Instagram ads, and it pushes it to the store. And that's how you get all of this stuff here. That's how you get all your stats, and like I was showing you before, the purchase conversion rates and whatnot. And it just helps because if you don't have a Facebook pixel, there's really no way that you can tell what's going on in your store. There's no way you can track any information, and there's no way that your ads will be able to learn what the best delivery method is and who to target and whatnot. So you definitely need a Facebook pixel. You want to go ahead and click create a pixel. It says here, okay, so this is our pixel creation page. Check your website URL. Now we will do this later on in this, so we'll leave it as is for now. Now set up the pixel now. Then you want to go to add code using a partner integration, and you want to go ahead and click Shopify. So go click continue. Now it's showing you where to go on Shopify. So basically you want to go to online store. So we're going to go to online store, and I'm going to move myself up here again. Okay, cool. Continue. Then you want to go to preferences, and you want to, it'll have a Facebook pixel here. I'll show you in a second. You want to copy this. This is your Facebook pixel. So copy everything. Don't copy the full stop there. Copy that pixel ID. Now go to your preferences in your Shopify store, and you want to paste that in there. So paste that in there, and you go ahead and hit save. Once you've done that, you click save on your store, continue. Now what you want to do from here is verify if your pixel is working, and the way to do that is to send traffic to your store. So you're going to go ahead, or if you've got your store up already, just go to your home page. There we go. Copy this, copy your page. Now at this stage, you should have, you should basically have your website as, for my instance, it will be fitmakeroz.com. Shouldn't be my Shopify. Make sure that you've got your Google domain set up properly, and make sure that it is active. So you've actually got your full site, not the .myshopify.com version. So once you've done that, go back to your ads, go back to your setup, paste that, send test traffic. It'll open up that page again. So we'll close this one, and we'll wait and see what it says. Might take a little bit. You might have to do this twice There we go. So active. So that just means that, okay, your pixel is tracking data. Now tracking data is connected to your store. It can actually track what's happening, incoming traffic and whatnot to your store. So it's all connected. So go ahead and hit continue. You can test events if you want, but it's not necessarily needed. Now we're actually onto creating the ad. So this is where the fun stuff begins. This is where we actually get to create the ad and target certain people. So first thing you want to do is have an ad set name. We can just name this. We can just start off with fitness band purchase again. There we go. Now you want to choose an event. So it will say, it will have a red dot here on what you want to do, because the reason why it's got a red dot is because if your pixel hasn't had any events on it yet, hasn't had any purchases, any of this stuff, initiate checkout, anything like that, it'll be red because it's not optimized for that yet. But that is fine with a new even with a brand new pixel. I would still click on purchase because we're trying to optimize our pixel and our website for purchases. So it says to use Facebook Pixel, you must first place it on your website, track valuable actions. You can then optimize your ads for those actions. So that's just saying, okay, you need to verify your pixel because it might not be optimized for purchases. That's fine. So what we want to do from here is, this is where, so as you can see here, we've got, okay, we can create new audiences and, place where, choose where we place our ads, our budget, and then on the next page we'll actually get to put in our image that we've made, or our video that we've put in, and then we can launch our ads. So first thing we're going to need to do before we get ahead of ourselves here is create an audience. Now let's just say you're selling just in Australia. For this instance, I'm going to keep it in Australia. I'll show you guys exactly what I did when targeting for these fitness bands, and I wasn't necessarily 100% sure. I had a good idea of who to target, but usually you want to target people or interests that might be similar, or at least similar to what your product is about. So I'll show you what I did for mine, and you need to create, because we're going to be creating 5 of these in total. You can do 6, you can do say around 5 to 8, but we'll just do 5 for this instance, and I'll show you guys exactly what to do with this. And if you're not sure why we're creating 5 ad sets, just have a look at the ad video to where I talk about the launching strategies and why we go through doing the 5 ad sets. But we're going to need a different audience for each, and different which that includes different targeting for each. So for now, we can leave it as 18 to 65 plus. So when you're very, very first starting, it's fine to leave it as that, because you want to sort of make it as broad as you can. So if you were selling in the US, you would change this to the US and leave it as all genders right now, unless it's a beauty product and you're only going to be targeting women, or if it's a product for men, you're only going to be targeting men, you can change it then. Usually I leave it as all, because you can refine it later on down in the line. So we're going to leave that as is. Yes, so people living in Australia, 18 to 65 plus, all genders. Now detailed targeting. So for mine, I thought, okay, we are selling a fitness product. We need to have a look at, okay, what does Facebook want to target, or who are we looking to target on Facebook that we could sell this fitness product to? So I literally typed in fitness. And the good thing about this is you can let Facebook do the guesswork for you. So you type in fitness, okay, sweet, physical fitness, we can do that. And that will literally be it for the first, and I'll move myself down here. That will literally be it for the first ad target. That's all we need to do. So we're leaving that as is, and I just keep this on, reach people beyond a detailed targeting section when it's likely to improve. And some people say, okay, you need to keep it to 1 to 2 million. You don't want it to be too broad. I found in Australia, it's fine. Just have your potential reach, keep it as big as you can. Now, if you're in the US, maybe you want to keep your potential reach down, and the way to do that is you can add things in. So let's just say, if we want to narrow it down and make it smaller than 18 million, you could say, okay, narrow audience, So they need to match, so your audience needs to match, okay, they need to like physical fitness. They also need to like, I'm gonna have a look down here. They also need to like men's fitness. And there we go, it's gone down to 14 million. But I would just keep it simple, keep it to one interest per ad set. So keep that at 18 million. Don't worry too much about what it says here, where it says based on 7-day click, you will most likely get a reach of such and such and conversions of such and such. That's just giving you some explanation of what might happen, but don't worry about too much. Don't worry about that too much for now. You just worry about the potential reach. So go ahead and save this audience because we've got our age, our place we're looking to sell at, and our gender and our interests. So we want to save the audience here. If we make it Oz, now we could actually do this as fitness band, or yeah, fitness band purchase, and then this was the physical fitness targeting. There we go. So we've saved that audience. So now the next thing you want to do is choose, okay, what placements do I want? There's two ways usually I try this out. You can try both if you want. If automatic placements doesn't work, you can try the manual. So you can start off with automatic. Now, if you were to do manual, what I would do is take off these two, keep Facebook and Instagram, and literally just have the Facebook feed and the Instagram feed ticked. Get rid of all of this. Get rid of the stories. If you've got a video that's optimized for stories, you can maybe keep the stories on. But all of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of that, and just have Facebook feed, Instagram feed. It'll show you what it looks like. You would have seen ads like this on your feeds. You know what they are. So keep these two and leave the rest, because what that's going to do is target all your budget towards those two things. And the reason why we keep the feed is because really, when you think about it, the majority of the people only look at the Instagram feed. Now, in saying that, when I did my teeth cleaner, I kept it at this automatic placement. Boom, just left it at that. I didn't touch it. I just let Facebook do its work over Facebook and Instagram, and that's basically it. I just narrowed it down as I went along. Now, quick thing with this before I get into actually doing the ad creative, when you target Facebook, let's just say you wanted to advertise it on Instagram as well, you don't need to make an Instagram page. Basically, what happens is Facebook uses your business page that we've made beforehand, and it just applies it to Instagram, and it's basically like an ad. So when people click on the ad, it won't bring you to an Instagram page. It'll just bring you straight to the website. So don't worry about creating a business Instagram business page unless you want to create a page and start doing posts and everything like that on there. But just for this purpose, I don't bother with it. I still get sales from Instagram, and I don't have any Instagram pages. Later on, if you're trying to build a brand, you might do it, but that's pretty much it. So, okay, now we're on to budget. Now, I would actually keep it at $20, and you will see this in the strategy video, so go and check that out as to why I keep it at $20. And then I just go run continuously, so daily budget, yep, cool. So once you've done that, now I'm not sure what's happening here. Usually you can choose a scheduling date for your ads, but I'm not sure why, because usually what you can do is set a time, and you can set all your ads to say start at 12 a.m. but that's fine. If it's not letting you do that, just try and set it so it's close to running at 12 a.m. or you can do at 12 a.m. Or you can do 10 p.m. or whatever. Basically, what you're trying to do is just get it as close to the start of the day as you can, and you know, even if you have to do it at 9 o'clock, because it takes some time for the ads to complete and to review and whatnot. Anyway, so do it as close to the middle of the night as you can, so at least you're starting your budget at the start of the day and it runs through a full 24 hours as well. So we are going to go ahead and hit continue. So that is your so we've done here. Okay, cool. We're setting it up for purchases. So we've got our pixel done, we've got our audience saved, and then go ahead and click continue. Now we're actually going to do the ad creative. So it's going to ask for, okay, what Facebook page do you want to run it on? Choose your business Facebook page here. There we go. I've chosen my business page, Fitmaker Oz, and we're going to go ahead and create an ad. So if you've already posted on your page, you can use an existing post, but I usually do it from here. I just do create an ad, single image or video. So you would choose this whether you're doing a single image or a video. You post in the same spot. So I'm going to show you really quickly what I did for my ad, because we're going to basically post in the same ad. I'm going to show you guys how we fill out the rest of this as well. So I'll move myself over here. Again, I used Canva to do this. This is basically what I did for my ad. I just put out a template. I used an Instagram post template, again, free on Canva, and I just changed it. I got a couple of photos, put that in there, put my logo, a couple of photos of people using the product, which again, these are the same photos that I have on my actual website. I said home workouts don't have to be boring. Resistance band training set on sale now. I just made it nice and appealing, nice and simple to look at, and that was it. I saved that, and away I went. So I'm actually going to download this again just to make sure that I have it, and I can actually apply that to my ad. Cool. So we're going to add this photo in now. Add media, add image. If you were doing a video, again, like I've been saying, just keep in mind, if you try an image and it doesn't work that well, definitely try a video. I'm not knocking videos at all. I'm just showing images because that's what I've used and that's what's worked well for me. But a lot of people have had so much success using videos as well. And I have sold products using videos. It's just that I've had more success selling them, using just a still image. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and upload. So that's the photo done. Now the reason I used the Instagram sales post on Canva was because it was the right size. So you can see here, I'll move myself up here. It's the right size for especially a mobile ad. Very, very easy to look at, and it's a good size. We're going to look at what I did for my old one, and I'm going to show you guys how I did this. So I've got don't get lazy being stuck inside, fast and free Aussie shipping. So this is all I did for this. So primary text. I'll show you guys how to get the emojis as well. Don't get lazy being stuck inside. And then I've got fast and free. I could even say shipping to Australia so people don't get confused. And then down here you could say get yours here. And I literally just do this. There we go. I posted a link. Okay, so we're going to need to spice this up a bit and not just have the text there. So what I use for this is Emoji Keyboard, and it's literally just an online keyboard. You just type in Emoji Keyboard in Google and this comes up. And we want to find something that looks like weightlifting. So, okay, cool. So I had to go to sport, and I just copy in this. You click it and it's already copied. So you just want to go ahead and paste that in. Now, keep in mind, not every emoji works on an ad like this. The way you'll know is you post it in, put a space next to it, and it will actually show on the ad. If it doesn't work, it will have some weird text on it, or it won't show up properly. Just make sure that it shows up properly before you go ahead with it. And then I've put the Aussie flag here next to, so basically put it here next to fast and free shipping to Australia. So we can go ahead and go to flags, get the Australian flag here. There we go. Yes. Cool. Paste that in. Now, this here is a little weird. It says that it doesn't work, but the flags usually do. If they don't, you can always come back and edit it and put something else in. Now, if you're shipping worldwide, you can put like a little globe, or if you're shipping in the US, you can put a little US flag there. But that's all you need for that. So next thing is we're going to need to post the link there, and we're going to need to post it in a second place as well. So move myself back up here a little bit and give you guys a bit more space. So the way to do that is you want to first go to your website, go to your product page. There we go, and we're going to copy this. Now, first thing you want to do is make a bit.ly link, and what that does is it shortens your your website link, it makes it look a lot cleaner. So let's just say we wanted to create a new one. Create this, paste the long URL here, and there we go. It's just made it. It's free to do this, by the way, free to make an account, and you can actually customize your bit.ly link. So instead of having the long, super long URL link to your product, you could just say FitMaker Oz band set. We could say resistance, if I can spell resistance. There we go. So let's see if that's free. It will tell you if it's been used or not already, the URL. There we go. So we copy that. Once that's saved, we just hit copy up the top there. Come back to your ads manager, go and click paste. There we go. Now before we do anything else, we want to go ahead and go to website URL, paste that in, because all we're doing is directly linking our product page to our ad. So we've pasted that in there, and then we want to make sure that the call to action is shop now. So basically what happens is when people click shop now, it's going to go to this website URL. Now if you want to check if it works, just go preview URL, and there we go. Just make sure that the link works. When it does, you're good, you're sweet to go for that. And next thing we need to do is do a headline. So you could say, and the headline is this bold text down the bottom. So we'll just do resistance. We're going to say resistance. I can't spell. Resistance band set. And then you could do a description, like what I did with my teeth cleaner, customer rated. And then we can actually go back to the emoji keyboard if you want. Let's see if we've got some stars. Nature, is it in nature? Star, there we go. Customer rated, and then we can put this in 5 times. There we go. So it shows up down there. So now we've got a better looking ad. We've got the brand name there. Don't get lazy being stuck inside. We've got the Aussie flag, fast and free shipping to Australia, and then we've got the shop now. So when people click on shop now, it will bring the customer to your product page. So this is what it looks like on the mobile news feed for Facebook. This will be for desktop. We don't have to worry too much about that. What we're kind of looking for is, where are we? I think it's Instagram down here. Is this Instagram? One of these is Instagram. Oh, here we go. Okay. Facebook, Instagram. There we go. Okay, Instagram feed. Shows you what the feed looks like on Instagram. And if once you're happy with that, that is pretty much it. That is our first ad basically done. And to do the other 5 ad sets, I'll show you guys the next one just as an example, and you can go ahead and create the other 5 for yourself. But I'll show you guys the next one as an example just to get the ball rolling for you. So you want to go ahead and just double check everything. This looks okay to me. Again, if you've got a video, make sure to look over the video, make sure everything's okay. I'm going to go back and double check this on the mobile news feed. Looks good to me. Cool. Website, yep. Looks good. Obviously, it'll have fitmakeroz.com. If your URL is connected properly, make sure that it doesn't have myshopify.com, because it just won't look as nice. And it'll be more legitimate if it doesn't have my Shopify on it. Cool. Yep. Make sure the Facebook pixel is A-OK. Make sure that's green. If it's not, you just haven't set it up properly. You need to go back and set that up. And that's it. You want to go ahead and hit confirm. And we will go ahead and duplicate this in a second. Next thing is going to ask for a payment method. This is obviously so you can pay for your ads. So put in your payment details. You can either pay by card or you can pay by PayPal. Either way works fine. I did both. So now I think I primarily pay with PayPal because PayPal doesn't get declined. And the thing is with ads, if you try and pay for it and it gets declined, your ads will stop. So with PayPal, it just takes it out, and then sometimes it might overdraw my account, but that's fine. It just comes out the next day, and we're all sweet with that. But if you don't have PayPal, just use your credit or debit card for now. That's just confirming now, and it should bring you over to the next page soon. So that's in a draft. Now, once it publishes, it'll most likely say in review, and if your ad set's all good, it might take maybe an hour or two. If this is your first time, doesn't usually take longer than that unless something's happening with Facebook, but that should be good. Now, what we want to do from here is, this is the campaign. So you might get, this might be a bit overwhelming at the start, but you want to click in here and go to your actual ad sets. So this is your actual ad set, fitness band. We actually might rename this to, because we want to know what's what. So this was the physical fitness targeting. So we want to go ahead and change that. There we go. Publish that. Just so we know what ad set is targeting what. So change that name. There we go. So we know that this one's physical fitness. I'll just move this over real quick. There we go. Go ahead, choose this, and then go duplicate or duplicate, however you want to say it, and go ahead and duplicate this another 4 times. And then all we're doing with this, the only thing we're changing with this is the easier part. The only thing we're changing with this is our audience. So I'm only going to do one of these because you get the gist of it after one. So let's just say we wanted to edit this one. Okay, cool. So we're editing this copy here. So we want to go down. Scroll down. I would keep the budget as is. If you want to do $10 each instead of $20 each, that's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, it's letting me do the start date as well. So because we're getting stuck before, you can change this to 12 a.m. for the next day if you want, or you can leave it as is. It's completely up to you. I would personally suggest doing it at the start of the day. But cool, this is what we're looking at. Okay. We need to edit this audience and have a different interest target. So we're going to edit this, and then we are going to keep everything the same apart from this. Get rid of that. Detailed targeting. We're going to put in fitness again, or let's go for something completely different. Let's go for gym. There we go. So gym memes. I know that was one that worked for me for this product. What you're looking for here as well is just the size of the audience as well. That was something I didn't talk about before, but the size of the audience is something you definitely need to look at. So gym memes here, 4.6 mil, cool. And then we've got, okay, so don't hit update here. Make sure you hit save as new, because you don't want to update and override your audience that you already have, which is the physical fitness one we had before. You just want to save as new, get rid of this, put in gym memes. There we go, and you want to save that. Cool, and that's all there is to that. So now what you can do from here is, okay, sweet. We know that we are targeting gym memes here. We can change this to gym memes. There we go. And that is it. So you can go ahead and hit publish on that. And that's it. So now we've got one targeting physical fitness. We've got one targeting gym memes. Go through on the other 3 and choose different targeting. Edit the audience again. So let's just say we wanted to edit this one. Go ahead and edit the audience again. Save as a new audience and target something different. Target something that has at least a few million people in that interest group. Type in stuff like fitness, type in related stuff. I know I typed in stuff like yoga, stretching, all that kind of thing, and just try different things as well. But that is pretty much it. That is how you start creating your ads, and that is how you start targeting people. And like I said, it'll be in review for a couple of hours, but then once it's live, you usually get an email or notification to let you know. Your ads will then start running. There's a very, very simple ad launch strategy that I would personally go by, and this is what I go by now from what I've learned. So if you're unsure on what to do when you first launch your ads, I would definitely try and go through and abide by these guidelines, because it will help you out and it will help you save some money. It will help stop you from dragging on from, just waiting to see if an ad will work. At least this one, you can fire off an ad, see if it works. If it doesn't, you can get rid of it, kind of thing. Because when I first started, I was running ads for like 2 weeks at a time. Might get one sale, might not get any sales, and I was just wasting a whole lot of money, and just wasn't worth it in the end. I'd learned a lot from it. So this is what I would do when you're first launching your ad. First thing, obviously, is you got to choose your creative, your photo or video. Again, go and check that out on the ad creation videos, on the ad creative video, where I explain that more in depth. After you've chosen that and launched your ad, I would definitely be launching a purchase ad. Again, you can check out that more in detail on that video. Make sure your Facebook pixel is connected to your store. Obviously, you would probably be at that point by now, but just make sure that it's connected to your store and it's all okay and working fine. So I would first create 5 to 8 different ad sets. So 5 to 8 different ad sets, meaning that they're pretty much the exact same, targeting the exact same people. The only thing that's different is targeting different interests, and you can see how to target different interests on the ad video, where we go through and create the ad. But I would be doing minimum 5, but anywhere between 5 to 8. Now, for each of these, I'll be running each of these at $20 a day, at least $20 a day, because we're only going to be running it for 2 to 3 days in the beginning just to test it out. So if you wanted to do a minimum of 5, that'll be $100 a day, just so you know. $100 a day, we can go on the higher side if you want to spend a little bit more, if you want to test a little bit more. I would suggest maybe at least doing 6, but if you want to go on the lower side, you can try 5. I have done 5 before and gotten results out of that. I wouldn't go any lower than 5 though. So run that to at least $20 a day for 2 to 3 days. So at the end of the 2 to 3 days, if you've ran your purchase ads to your site, what I would do is stop any ad sets that didn't make a sale. So if at the end of the 2 to 3 days, I'd leave it at 3 days max. If you didn't get any sales from any particular ad sets, stop them completely. There's no point in running those ad sets anymore. If it's profitable, any of the ad sets are profitable, duplicate those ad sets, and we'll be going more in depth on the scaling part of this. Duplicate those ad sets. You can either scale these by duplicating them, so basically just copying that ad set that's profitable and keeping the same budget, or you can just keep that same ad set there and just double the budget, say, from $20 to $40. If it's still profitable, $40 to $80, that kind of thing. Now, if it's not profitable or has made no sales, say if none of your 5 to 8 ad sets made any sales, stop the ad, take a look at your website. Before you change the ad, have a look at your website. Have a look at your Shopify analytics, see if people are getting to the checkout, see if they're adding to the cart. Usually if they've added to the cart but they've had no checkouts, that means something's stopping them. That could be your shipping, if you've got a shipping price. That could be the way that your checkout might look. Usually it's not the way your checkout looks. Usually what stops people is stuff like, if there's an extra cost, if you've got shipping, or just something very, very little. So check that, see if you're getting a lot of add to carts, it's a good sign. That just means you need to change something in your checkout. Now, as well, if you're not getting any add to carts, if you're just not getting any sales, if you're just getting people come to your store and then that's it, maybe you need to have a look at your product. And if you're not getting many people come to your store, then you may need to have a look at your ad. So you've got to look at those kind of things. But I've said here, look at your website, look at your analytics, see if the ad creative needs to be changed. Maybe you need to change it from a photo to a video. Maybe you did have a video, maybe you're better off trying out a photo, doing up a nice image like what we've done in the ad video, seeing if that needs to be changed. And that is pretty much it for your launch. The main thing to notice here is, okay, you will most likely, especially if it's your first time, you'll most likely lose some money at the start because it's going to be hard to just have a product there and then launch an ad, your very first time, and then just have it all of a sudden be profitable. There's stuff that you most likely will need to learn, stuff that you can't really teach, stuff that you need to sort of find out for yourself in this instance. But that's what I would do when first launching an ad. Main thing to remember is I wouldn't be running these ads more than 2 to 3 days. Just leave it for 3 days. I usually give it the benefit of the doubt. Go for 3 days and then see what's happening. I'm at the point now where I'll at least get a few which will make a sale, and if it's profitable, I'll keep it going, and then I'll start scaling from there. But that is how I would go about launching your ads, having a full launch strategy. Okay, now this is the scaling strategy that I would go for when you're going from 0 to 100 orders. So the first question is, okay, now let's just say you've launched your ad and you've got some traction. Oh, sweet, finally you've made your first sale. It's like, sweet, I've got my first sale. Okay, where do we go from here? Because you want to keep that momentum going. You want to try and keep being profitable. You want to have minimum ad spend, and you want to just keep scaling your store as big as you can, getting as many orders as you can, keeping those sales rolling in, and obviously trying to boost your profits. So what would you do after you make your first sale? What are you meant to do? So what you need to make sure is, okay, these ad sets that you're running, these 5 to 8 ad sets that you're running, you got to make sure that the ones that are making sales are at least profitable before you start scaling. If they're if they're just breaking even, that's slightly okay. You might be able to scale that, but I would definitely only be going for it personally if it is actually profitable. If after all expenses come through, after all your ad spend has come through, and then your cost of goods has come through, I would be scaling it only when it was profitable. If it's not profitable at all, or if it's just slightly breaking even, I would probably leave it only unless it's profitable. So make sure that it's profitable first. So these are the two types of scaling that I will be talking about. Two types of scaling that I usually use, and that's worked for me in the past. So first one is vertical scaling. Now vertical scaling is basically you have let's just say you have, okay, out of the 5 ad sets that you've launched, or let's just say out of the 6 ad sets you've launched, 4 got a sale. Okay, sweet. So where do we go from here? Let's just say on a good note, for those 4 ad sets were profitable. Even if 3 out of those ad sets were profitable, use those profitable ad sets and start increasing the budget every couple of days as long as it's still profitable. So let's just say, okay, out of those 6 ad sets, 4 made sales, 3 were profitable. Okay, sweet. So take those three profitable ad sets, and I would double the budget, or I would just I would up it by $20. Sorry, is what I meant to say. So, okay, sweet. They started at $20 each. Okay, we use those 3 ad sets. We up those 3 ad sets to $40. Okay, sweet. We leave it for another couple of days. We'll leave it for 1 to 2 days. Are they profitable? Okay, sweet. Those 3 were profitable. Cool. We are going to go ahead and up that budget again. And then we up it again. We up it again. So we're going from, and I've got here 40 to 60, 60 to 80, 80 to 100. And then after 100, okay, cool. You might be able to play around a little bit with this. Okay, let's just say you've got 2 of those ad sets now that are still really profitable. One of them, one of them is slowly coming down. Or let's just say you've got one really good one that's making the most sales. Let's just say you've got one that's pushing the most sales, which usually happens to me. The one that's the most profitable, that is using the most sales, cool, we might do one of these and up it straight from $100 to $200, and then you might leave the other profitable ones at $100, or you might say up it to $110 or $120, maybe up it just a little bit, but that most profitable one you're upping, you've completely double it. Now, you don't have to go from say 200 to 400 and then 400 to 800. You don't have to do that. Just play it as it goes along, and like, let's just say if you don't want to go if it's still profitable $200, that's great. But you don't really necessarily have to go from 200 to 400. You could go from 200 to maybe 220 or 250. You could even duplicate those ad sets as well if you wanted to. And instead of upping the budget on that one, you could duplicate the $200 ad set and just do another $200 ad set as well. If you wanted to, you could do that. Depends on which way you want to go about it. But that's basically what vertical scaling is, because what you're doing is you're getting one database and just scaling it upwards. That's all you're doing. You're not increasing You're not going outwards with your scaling. You're just basically getting what works and pushing it up. That's why we're adding the budget or duplicating the ad sets. We're pushing it up. That's what vertical scaling is. So horizontal scaling. You've got lookalike audiences, which is LAAs. We're going to get into this when we do our video on 100 orders to 1,000 orders. Lookalike audiences are very powerful. It is a certain type of horizontal scaling. We won't talk about lookalike audiences right now, but we will talk about utilizing breakdowns and performances. I'll show you guys in ad sets as well how stuff like that can be looked at, how it can be applied to your ads. Expanding to different countries as well. I don't necessarily expand to different countries too much. I personally like to focus on one country at a time, but let's just say if you want to sell worldwide and you started off with targeting 5 different countries, you can let's just say three countries work. Let's just say the US, Australia, and Canada worked. Then you could start to expand to those countries as well. Okay, sweet. If you start getting sales there, maybe I could get some of this data and expand to maybe Switzerland. It's another rich country. Maybe you go somewhere there. That's all that expanding to different countries means. Then an example. Okay, so an example of utilizing breakdowns of performance could be narrowing down the age and gender targeting, and then hyper targeting certain platforms. So, and then I've just got here, try one and then the other, even try both together and see what works best for you. There we go. Okay, so I've got that there. Okay, now I'm going to show you guys an instance of what I mean by narrowing down this. I'm going to go to our ads. Now I'm going to use the fitness bands just as a reference to this. So let's just say we wanted to, okay, so you can see here, just for instance as well, really quickly, that I've horizontally scaled these. So I've got, okay, these started at $20 each. Some of them stayed at $20, some of them I've up to $50, some of them I've up to $100. These at a point, I think this one here was up at $200. But yeah, I was spending a decent amount per day on ads, and this was the daily budget, just so you guys know. So that's what vertical scaling is, and I think I duplicated some of these as well. But as you can see here, I've got some. Okay, so I've got men's fitness, but I've got targeted. Okay, I've got yoga targeted. I've got we've got female pick. I think I used a different pick for that. Now these here, the LLAs, that's just lookalike audiences. Some people say LLAs, some people say LAAs. Doesn't really matter. It's just as long as you know that it's lookalike audiences. Okay, so this is what I also don't know why I have these here. I must have tried to do another teeth cleaning product or something. But okay. So let's just say we wanted to look at horizontally scaling these, and we wanted to look at what was working for this. Okay, so we're going to go through and go to view charts, and it's going to show you the performance. So we've got demographics. Okay, cool. So we know that 45% of purchases, so the blue bars are purchase, 45% were women, 54% are men. That's fairly even. So we don't really have to target a certain gender. We can keep that as is. But what we can have a look at here is, okay, majority of the purchases were around 25 to 64. So you can actually refine your ad, and you can, instead of doing the normal 18 to 65 plus, we can target this down, narrow it down. That's sort of horizontal scaling. You're changing your targeting, instead of just adding more budget and scaling up. You're actually changing your target. We can target that. Okay, another thing we can do. So these are the main things that I target when I look at horizontal scaling. I look at the gender, I look at the age here, and then I also look at the placement. Okay, sweet. So how's this going? So we've got 43 purchases on Facebook. We've got 28 on Instagram. So because that's what I was targeting. I was targeting Facebook and Instagram. And so let's just say if we wanted to scale this, so 28 is still a decent amount. I would probably keep this here, but let's just say if this was around sort of 50 or 60, and this was around 10 purchases, I would start, okay, I don't really need to focus on Instagram. The sales aren't really coming from Instagram, they're coming from Facebook. So why don't I just put all my budget into Facebook instead of diversifying the two? I could be saving myself some money. So again, you're horizontal scaling. And that's what I would do. So you can either do this by just changing this ad set that we have here you could change that and just narrow it down, or you could do what I've done here, which I'll go back. You could do, so what I've done here, gym memes, I've gotten that data, then I've said, okay, gym memes targeted, and that was another one that I could get some sales through. I got another 25 sales through there, 25 purchases. So you could duplicate it. I would probably try duplicate it and just rename it to targeted and just target those specific charts that we looked at, that specific data. But that's all that is. So that's what vertical and horizontal scaling is. That's all there really is to it. Now you will find what works for you. That's why I said try one and then the other. So I would probably try, the easiest one, scaling what is working. Try vertical scaling and just upping the budget, or you can duplicate those ad sets, and just as long as they're profitable, you have to be on top of your ads. That's the main thing with this. Then you can try horizontal scaling, and you can even try a bit of both. I do a bit of both myself. I do vertical scaling, and then I also narrow it down. So I do both vertical and horizontal scaling. Get the best of both worlds in that sense, and I get a good feel for who my product's selling really well to. But that is how I would go from 0 to 100 orders, and then we'll get to the exciting part, which is getting from 100 to 1,000 orders. We can start getting into lookalike audiences, and that's when you can really start to scale your store. All right, now this is an exciting one. So this is where you can really start scaling your purchases, your conversions, really start scaling your store orders and your revenue. Now, the reason why this is able to be done is because you need a minimum of 100 purchases to do lookalike audiences, and that's what we're going to be using to scale, is lookalike audiences. So I would focus on getting to 100 orders first before you do this, because you actually can't do lookalike audiences without having a minimum of 100 orders. You can also do lookalike audiences for things like video views. Like you need a certain amount of video views if you're running a video ad, so that can really help as well. But I am going to be talking about lookalike audiences for purchases, because I like optimizing just for purchases. There are other strategies out there for doing different lookalike audiences, but I will just teach you the purchasing one for now, because that is what I use. That's what's worked best for me. So what we're going to do from here, you want to click on your ads manager at the top left here and click on audiences. And you'll see that I've made some of these audiences already. I can't make them on the new pixel that I've done because I don't have the minimum purchase amount. So that's why I need to show you on this. And you're going to go ahead and hit create audience and click on lookalike audience. So first thing it says here, I'll move myself down here. It says select your lookalike audience source. So we're going to want to choose our pixel. And it says select an event with value. So you can do other events, but like I said, we're going to be doing purchase for this. So we've got purchase, and it just tells you a little bit about your purchases as well. Again, you're going to need a minimum of 100 of these in the past 60 days, it says here. So audience location. Now, if you're selling in Australia, we're going to do Australia. Selling in the US, do the US. Obviously, for my store, it was Aussie, so we're going to do Australian. So select audience size. Now, I like to do 5 here. So a number of lookalike audiences. So you can do 5. You can maybe even do 6 if you like, but I'll keep it as 5. So this is what lookalike audiences are. It will basically give it a rundown. Lookalike audiences will take who have purchased your product, who have converted on your website. Facebook will look at that. They'll look at your Facebook pixel and go, okay, we're going to find an audience that looks just like these people. For me, it was 215 on this store or on this product. 215 people who have bought this product. We're going to try and find audiences that look exactly like them, so we can target your ad to more people like these buyers. That's all that it's doing. That's why they're called lookalike audiences, because they're showing the ad to people that look like your current audience who are buying. So that's what it means. So I've done 5 different lookalike audiences. Now, this is what we want to do for these. So this here, this 1 to 10% is showing you, okay, the first audience is going to show the top 1% of people who are most likely to buy the product. Then it has 1 to 2%, 2 to 3%, 3 to 4, and then for the last one, I like to do 4 all the way up to 10. And obviously, the bigger percent of people, the more people will be in that audience. That's why the estimated reach has gone from 193,000 in all these to 1.2 million or 1.16 million. So that's what I like to do for that. Now, when I create these audiences, I'm not sure if it'll let me create it because I've already done lookalike audiences for this particular product. But basically, for what works for me, and I'll show you guys in my ad sets as well. Usually, you'll most likely get sales from like the 1 or 2%, sometimes 2 to 3%, and then even sometimes maybe 3 to 4, and then 4 to 10%. But I just like to run all of them because you never know who it's going to reach. And then again, you go through that whole phase of, okay, you let it run for a day or two. Is it profitable? Keep it there. Then you can start scaling that. And you can start scaling your lookalike audiences there as well. And that's when you can really start to scale really, really big. So once that's done, that's all you really need to do for lookalike audiences. You want to go ahead and hit create audience. Okay, yeah, so it won't let me create one because I've already got a duplicate, but it'll come up on your audiences here once you've done that. It will have, lookalike audiences here. So it will look something like this if I can scroll down. Don't know if, there we go. Okay, so yeah, it'll look something like this. Lookalike audience 2 to 3%, lookalike audience AU 1%. So it'll just look like that. Don't worry about these ones here. They're ones that I've made. They're just saved audiences. Okay, so next thing as well, we want to know how we can actually apply this to our ad. So we're going to go back to our ads manager because we want to be able to use this audience. So let's just say we're going to go back to the fitness bands. Okay, cool. And this is exactly how I've made these ads here. So let's just say we wanted to go to this one here, the targeted one. And first what I would do is I would duplicate this. So let's say I would duplicate this, hit duplicate there. Cool, duplicate that. And let's just say I wanted to do gym memes, 1%, or you could do LAA 1%. There we go. Okay, so let's just say if we wanted to target the 1% audience group. Cool, so you rename that so we know what we're going to be targeting. Make sure, and you can start this off at, I usually start it off again at $20 a day. Seems to work well for me. And you can start that again at 12 a.m. If you like, just so you've got a full day of ad spend. Then we go ahead and edit the audience. So this is all we're doing here. We go through and we get rid of the location because, again, when you made your lookalike audience, you've already targeted Australia, so you don't need to do that. What you do from here is you go to custom audiences, search for custom audiences. Okay, cool, it should be in there. Click the 1%. Cool, and that is pretty much it. That's all you really need to do because your custom audience is already made. So that's pretty much all you need to do for that. And once you're done, you want to go ahead and you can save as new, and you could just say gym memes targeted, and then you could just say LAA 1%. Whoops, 1%, and then go ahead and click save, and then you publish. And I would do that for all 5 of those lookalike audiences, and then again go through that same scaling method and keep seeing what's profitable, keep scaling. Then you can even try vertical scaling and horizontal scaling with your lookalike audiences, and literally, like, the sky's the limit. As long as you're making sure that you're on top of your ads and you're staying profitable, there's so many different things you can do. And like I said, you can have a look online at doing lookalike audiences for video views. You can do lookalike audiences for a whole bunch of different stuff, but I personally like the lookalike audiences for purchases because it gets straight to the point, directly to one thing, because we're always trying to optimize for purchases and trying to grow on that. But that's how you do lookalike audiences, and that's how you start scaling from 100. And this is the way that I went from 100 orders to say like 250 to 300 orders a month. So that's what I started doing. Easily you can get to 100 to 1,000 orders doing this, and it's a great way to scale your product.
If you're stuck in the midst of, okay, I have a few sales on my product, but I'm not sure whether I should keep it or I should ditch it, basically to know if a product is something worth keeping or not is if it's profitable after those first 2 to 3 days. Go and check out my strategy on launching your ads. If it's profitable and you're getting good results from your ads, I would keep the product. I would start scaling it if it's profitable. If you've checked your ad, if the ad creative looks nice, if your website looks nice, if everything checks out okay, but you're not getting much traction, like no add to carts, no sales, not many website visits, then it's most likely your product. You'll get the feeling of whether you should keep it or not. So after those 2 to 3 days, if you've had a nice little amount of sales, it's profitable and you can start scaling, good product. If some people want it, when your budget on your ad set is $20 a day, then that's a good indication that you can start scaling, because if some people want it, then that means more than likely that more people want it. It's usually got to think of it as like a herd mentality kind of thing. If no one wants your product in the first couple of days, then it's probably not going to be good to scale. If a small group of people start wanting your product, you get those small initial sales, then more than likely more people will want it, and you can start scaling from there. So you'll get the general idea of when you start testing products on what you should keep and what you should get rid of.
Say that something went wrong with your order, or a customer is unhappy and they ask for a refund. It could be through email, it could be through whatever direct source there is to contact your store. Let's just say they ask for a refund. There's really no way around it. You actually have to process the refund, which has happened on multiple occasions for me. Or sometimes the order says that it's been delivered and they said that they haven't got it. I give the customer the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't happen too often. Otherwise, there was at times where people didn't like the product. They think it was pretty bad quality, and I give them the benefit of the doubt again, and because you don't get too many of those. So I just go ahead and process a refund, keep the customer happy, because all in all, you don't get a whole ton of refunds unless you do something dramatically wrong, but it's usually not a lot of the time. So all you do here to process a refund is you go into the order. So you go into all orders and then you click into the order you want a refund, and you just go ahead and click refund here. Now once that loads, there we go. So this one was done on Afterpay. So I'll move myself up here. So you just want to go ahead and I've actually had to block that out because it's showing the address as well. Now it says the item can't be restocked. That's fine. Reason for refund. So you can type in the reason for refund as well. Hit refund. Now, just so you know, if you're processing refunds through Afterpay, you don't have to go through the Afterpay merchant account and do that. You just do it through Shopify. Same if you're using Obolo, or same if you're taking payments either by credit card or by PayPal. Very easy. You just do it through Shopify here, and then you just go ahead and hit refund, and that's pretty much it. So it'll process the refund and then it will come out of your account. So let's just say, if you're selling an item for $50 and let's say, you have $500 in revenue for the day. If you have to process a refund for $50, that'll bring your revenue down for the day for $50. So it reflects on your account, and it just comes out of your balance, or wherever you're getting paid, it just comes out of that, and it sends a notification to your customer, and that's it. Very, very simple on how to process refunds. Okay, so it might get to a point where you might be growing your sales to a point where it's getting too much to handle in terms of order fulfillment and in terms of customer assistance as well. So what you can actually do is outsource these to VAs. You can actually go out and hire people online to help do that for you. You give them permissions on your store, which I'll show you in a second. But you can come to a place like Upwork, and let's just say if you're purchasing through Obolo, you have let's say you have over 100 orders a week. That can slowly get to the point where, okay, I need someone to help with this, and then you'll be getting more customer emails. Okay, I need someone to help with with my customer assistance as well. So in terms of the actual fulfillment, the order fulfillment, you can actually come to Upwork here and you can actually search for, you make an account, it's free. You can search for dropshipping fulfillment. So you can actually find VAs, people who you can hire on an hourly rate, and you don't need to hire this like $45 an hour or $75 an hour. You can go quite cheap, and because it's a job that doesn't require a whole lot of experience, it doesn't require any really qualified, you just need someone there to help you out. So what you would do if you want to save yourself some money now, you can go ahead and you can hire someone that you know, and you can pay them if you want. You got to figure out all the legalities of hiring people through that if you're doing it in Australia or whatnot. But what I would do here is go to dropshipping fulfillment, and I would also go hourly rate here, and you just narrow it down to $10 and below, and you want to go through, because usually people in the Philippines are quite good. They're quite savvy with this, but they don't cost $45 an hour, and a lot of people, and this might not seem like a lot of money, but because they're getting so many, 40K earned, because they're having so many different people hire them for this, they're getting a lot of money out of it as well, and to them, it could just be minimal work as well. So these guys here, Shopify product research, order fulfillment. So let's say if we wanted to go for something like this, we invite him to the job, make sure that the job success rate is quite good. I like to go for someone who actually has some stats like 40K earned, and $6.50 an hour isn't that bad at all. So we'll go to the next page. Create a job. Okay, so create a job post to invite Gino. So I'd like to invite you to apply to my job. Please review this job and apply if you're available. We could just say, I'd like to apply for my Shopify order fulfillment job. There we go. So go continue. Okay, now you enter the name of your job post. So you could just say Shopify order fulfillment, and you can do this exact same thing for customer service. So Shopify order fulfillment, you could just say ongoing work, order processing. Okay, there we go. So you can do one for order processing, you can do one for customer service as well, like I was saying. Go ahead and hit next. Put in a description, so you can put in whatever you want about this. You can just say ordering through Oberlo, blah blah blah. You can do dot points if you want as well. Okay, then we hit next. All right, there we go. Hit next. Ongoing you want, and if you want any screening questions, say like, okay, cool. If you want a cover letter, if you want, let's say, okay, create your own question. If you really wanted, requires Skype to contact or something. If you want to contact them through Skype, or requires WhatsApp, another messaging platform to contact. If you want to contact them that way, otherwise you can just email them or message them through here. I would say no to a cover letter. Next. And then, okay, cool. Expertise doesn't really matter. You can put in stuff like Oberlo as well. Maybe customer support. There we go. Hit next. Okay, who can see this job? How many people do you need? One freelancer. So only Upwork users can find this job. Anyone. You can just say anyone for that as well. As long as you're going and paying them through Upwork, that's fine. Go next. And then it's pay by the hour, and you can work out pay by the hour with them, or if they have their own pay by the hour, you work out a price like $6.50 was quite good. How long do you expect the project to last? You could just say if you keep, you could start maybe 1 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, or if you know that you'll be selling for more than 6 months, maybe just start off with 3 to 6 months and go from there. Now, this is probably going to be a less than 30 hour a week job. So you could say less than 30 hours a week. Go next. And that is it. So in terms of setting a price, how much you're going to pay them, this kind of job will most likely go for their hourly rate that they said. So Gino said $6.50 an hour. And that's pretty much it. You post the job. We're inviting him as well. You can invite other people to your job now that it's posted. You can post the job beforehand and then invite people, but we've just done it this way. So that's it. And then you start looking for people. And then when people apply for it, you can look over their account, see if you like it, and away you go. So if you choose someone, what you need to do here to allow them to be able to fulfill orders, it's different depending on if you're using Oberlo, like paying through AliExpress, or if you're using Hyperskew. If you're using Oberlo, it gets to the point where you're going to need an Alipay account, and that's sort of like another thing in itself because AliExpress will ask for that. But for now, it's fine to leave it as is. You'll learn along the way as well, because you'll be getting to a point where you're starting to become more knowledgeable if you're getting to this point of the scaling. But how to add permissions is we go to add staff account. You put in their first, last name, email. I'm going to give them access to orders, edit orders, draft orders, products, customers as well. So that is about it. And then you can send invite, give them permission, and they can actually start helping you out with order fulfillment. And it can start getting a little bit more automated as well, because, and this is something that I struggled with, definitely, especially at the start. I'm one of those people that, and don't get me wrong, it's really good to do all this at the start. Do all your customer orders, do all your order processing, do all your customer service. But it gets to the point where if you're trying to scale, you're taking out too much time out of your day to start doing, if you're getting over 200 orders a week, it gets to the point where, okay, you don't need to be there sitting there processing orders, paying for them individually, doing all that stuff. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be sitting there answering back emails. I've like I said, I've struggled with this on just letting go and letting someone else do it. And this is a great way to get started. So if you're at the point where you need help with that, go and check out Upwork. You can also check out Airtasker as well, but I like Upwork because you can get people from overseas countries who do this a lot of the time, and they're quite tech savvy at it. They know what they're doing, and it doesn't cost $50 an hour to do something like a minimal task like this. So yeah, try it out. And like I said, if you're using Oberlo, it's going to be a little bit different to Hyperskew, but that is how I'd go about outsourcing. And only do it, start doing it yourself, like I was saying, so you learn the processes, but only start doing outsourcing when it's actually getting too much for you, where you know the ins and outs already, but you just need help to free up your time so you can actually scale your business. So here's a little sort of end game kind of idea for you guys that you can sort of aim towards. And this is why I'm putting this at the end of the course, because this is something that you will probably want to be looking at later on. So let's just say you're selling in Australia, for instance. What your end goal should be, in my opinion, is to be able to beat everyone, not just on price and customer service, but on your shipping times. You need to put yourself above the rest. Now, to be able to do that, the quickest sort of shipping that you can get in terms of dropshipping suppliers is maybe, in the US, it could be 5 to 7 days. In Australia, possibly 5 to 7 days if you've got Aussie suppliers. At the end of the day, what your goal should be, and you can actually do this with Hyperskew as well. They have a warehousing system. Your end goal should be to have your own brand, but also have your own warehousing. So let's just say if it's in it, and there's heaps of companies that can do this for you. Forward to FBA is one of them. They usually work with Amazon FBA, but they do fulfillment as well. I'll link it somewhere down the bottom here. They're a warehousing system set in Australia. So what your end goal should be is to pre-order your stock. Let's just say if you're getting to a point where you've got 100, 200 orders a week, you're going to be selling that much. You can order inventory ahead of time from a supplier, and then you can have it stored in their warehouse. So basically, instead of your customer waiting 12 to 20 days to get their order in, you'll have that stock ready. So then, and you've already bought it as well, you're just now paying for the packing and the shipment of it. When they order through you, let's say if you have Australia-wide shipping, it's only going to take 3 to 5 business days to get
let's say they use Ozpost or something like that. It's only going to take 3 to 5 business days because it's coming from an Aussie warehouse. Now, if you've got a lot of people drop shipping that same product, the same product that you've got in your niche, imagine the customer, basically the flow of customers you're going to get, where on your ad and on your website you say we've got 3 to 5 day Aussie shipping. Imagine how high above your competition it's going to put you, where instead of people offering, okay, we've got 10 to 20 day shipping, 12 to 20 day shipping, sometimes 20 to 30 day shipping. Imagine if you have that on your site. It says, yeah, we've got 3 to 5 day shipping. Bang, you can just get it processed, your order processed in a day instead of in a week, and then you get it shipped out in 3 to 5 days. You give them their tracking number and whatnot. You're going to have such a better customer experience. So that should be your end game with this. There's definitely ideas in terms of warehousing. Have a look at Aussie warehouses. Again, forward to FBA is a good opportunity with that. That's something that I've been personally looking at, and something that I will definitely be doing down the road, because I want to improve, and I'm one of those people that I want to try and take it to the next level, and try and one up my competition. So instead of all these drop shippers, I'm competing with having even 10 to 15 day shipping time. Imagine having 3 to 5 day shipping time. It's shipped from within Australia. Yes, initially it's coming from China, but people like it more when it's already in Australia and it's shipped from there. What your customers don't understand is, the ones that are shipped from within Australia come from China anyway. But when it comes from within Australia and shipped in 3 to 5 days, they're so much happier than when they're waiting 12 to 20 days and it's coming in Chinese packaging. So just keep that in mind. But I think this warehousing idea should be a good end game idea for your product, for your business, for your brand.